and I'm sure we all have other things we want to get on with. So good evening, everybody. I'm Paul Cooper, the chairman of the Maidstone Joint Transportation Board, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this remote meeting of the board tonight. This meeting will be broadcast live and recorded for playback on the Council's YouTube channel. This will include the instant messaging. Will anyone else be recording the proceedings? I ask that now so that people at the meeting will know if this will be happening. I will take that as a no. My role as chairman will continue. However, the responsibility for managing the meeting has been temporarily assigned to the Democratic Services Officer, Olivia Parfett. She will not steer the debate. She will merely assist in implementing the remote meeting protocols, producing the minutes and providing procedural advice as and when required. The Democratic and Electoral Services Manager from Maidstone Borough Council is also in attendance. All members are reminded that instant messaging will be available to all those viewing the meeting, and they must only use instant messaging to indicate their wish to speak. Okay. So I will now ask the clerk to take the attendance register by reading out a list of committee members. Please confirm your attendance by answering present.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. I'd just like to note that apologies have been received from Councillors Brown and Wilby before I take the register. But on that note, Councillor Bird.
He's trying to get in. He's just texted me.
That's fine. I'll come back. Councillor Brindle.
Present.
Councillor Burton.
Present.
Councillor Carter. I'll come back. Councillor Chittenden. Come back. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Cook.
Present.
Councillor Cooper.
Present.
Councillor Cox.
Present.
Councillor Cumming.
Present.
Councillor Daly.
Present.
Councillor Hinder.
Present.
Councillor Hodson. I'll come back. Councillor Kimmins.
Present.
Councillor Prendergast.
Present.
Councillor Tom Sams.
Present.
Councillor Stockwell. And Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Thank you. I'm just going to go over the members that didn't respond. So Councillor Bird. Councillor Carter.
Sorry, Olivia, Councillor Bird is on the list. I can see him in the participants.
Right, that's fine. It would be preferable if Councillor Bird could just confirm, just to also note that he can actually speak.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Ah, Councillor Bird, thank you.
I can't hear any of you. Very good. Right, another way.
Do we have Councillor Carter? No. Councillor Chittenden.
Trying to get in at the moment.
Still trying to get in. I can see Councillor Hodson has placed a message in the IM and he cannot get sound, but Councillor Hodson, I'm assuming that means that he cannot confirm that his attendance. But if he does come back, I will include him again in the register, Chairman. And Councillor Stockwell? No. Okay, thank you, Chairman. That concludes the attendance register.
Thank you very much. I will now ask if the clerk could read out the list of officers present and which items they will be presenting.
Thank you, Chairman. So this evening we have the Director of from Maidstone Borough Council. We have the Director of Regeneration and Place, William Cornwall, for item 14, Senior Scientific Officer, Dr. Stuart Maxwell, Interim Local Plan Review Director, Philip Coyne, the Head of Planning and Development, Rob Jarman, Operations Engineer, Charlie Reynolds, for item 13, Operations Officer Lou Tuck, and from Kent County Council we have the Principal Transport and Development Planner Brendan Wright, Senior Major Capital Programme Project Manager Russell Bullman for items 17, 18 and 19. We have the Assistant Project Manager Benjamin Cuddy for item 16, District Manager Susan Laporte, Schemes Project Manager Jenny Watson, Programme Manager Jamie Watson for item 15, Project Manager Paul Leary, and for the member briefing at item 12, we have the Corporate Director Barbara Cooper, Senior Highway Manager Toby Howe, and we also have the Head of Operational Integration from Highways England, Nikki Potts. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And may I now ask that substitute members confirm their attendance and state for whom they are substituting.
Councillor English for Councillor Wilby.
Thank you very much. And that is the only substitute I'm expecting. As an unfree, there is an urgent update on this evening's agenda, and I hope that you've all been given notice of that. The urgent update is in relation to item number 18, the verbal update on the Leeds Langley Relief Road. And it's now shown as item number 21 on the amended agenda pack. I propose to take this alongside agenda number 18, unless there is any issue with that. In that case, I assume that is agreed. Item number 4, notification has been received from Councillor Springett that she is a visiting member for items number 17, 18 and 19. Are there any other visiting members? And if so, can you please state which item you wish to speak on now, please?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Dennis Spooner, and I am interested in items 12, 14 and 18, and I wish to reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spooner. Are there any other visiting members this evening?
Yes, Councillor Brian Vizard on the items for Hermitage Lane, and I reserve my rights to speak.
Much, Councillor Vizard. And any more? I take that as a no in that case. Item number 5, are there any disclosures by members and officers which need to be made? That's as no. And then item number 6, which is disclosures of lobbying. Olivia, the clerk, will now ask members of the committee if they have any disclosures of lobbying. You must answer with either none or yes, and if so, specify the agenda item or items.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Councillor Bird. I'll come back. Councillor Brindle.
None.
Councillor Burton.
Chairman, I can't find my chat box to tell you I wish to speak, but can I mention two lobbying items 13 and 19? It's Ian Chittenden. If somebody points me in the direction of the chat box on this screen, which I've only used once before, I'd be very happy to use it.
Bottom left, Ian.
Pardon?
Bottom left.
Off to the left.
Yeah, bottom left. You'll see a little box.
Thank you, Chairman. I am there.
No, it was Gary, actually.
Oh, thank you, Gary. Okay, thank you both.
Thank you. Councillor Burton, any disclosure of lobbying?
16, 17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Carter? No. Councillor Chittenden, you've already stated yours. Councillor Clark?
17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Cook?
17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper?
16, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Cox?
17, 18 and 19. Thank you.
Councillor Cumming?
Yes, item 18.
Thank you. Councillor Daly?
19.
Thank you. Councillor English?
Items 14, 16, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Hinder?
Item
Councillor Hodson?
I'm not sure I've been lobbied on any, but I've had correspondence on all those which several other councillors have mentioned, but I've not been lobbied.
Thank you. Councillor Kimmins?
18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Prendergast?
17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Sams.
18.
18. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
19.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now, item number 7, there are no part 2 papers this evening, and therefore I intend to take all items in public. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
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 Looks like Councillor Cooper has dropped off of the call. We can wait a few moments to see if he can reconnect, but technically, Councillor Burton, you can take the chair at this point because he's not actually considered to be in the room, as it were.
We'll just give him a moment. I think we were at the item 8, the minutes, I think, weren't we?
We were.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, in which case I'll proceed with item 8. The minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of July 2020, circulated per your agenda packs. If there are no
Yes,
notifications, is that Councillor Clark would like
Yes.
to raise a matter in the minutes? Yes, please do.
I was just looking for some clarification on the proposal last time for the scheme at Willingdon Street, Wallace Avenue, which members will remember that it was carried. And that was a recommendation to go to the cabinet member for KCC Highways. I just wondered what the situation was with that, because it doesn't seem to be mentioned on the papers as such specifically.
I have no information to hand to be able to clarify that. Do any other members wish to comment on that? Or is our clerk able to assist?
Chairman, if I can ask a point of clarity from Councillor Clark, when he's actually mentioning the scheme, does he mean its actual mention in the minutes?
Councillor Clark, can you clarify?
Yes, I mean it's mentioned in the minutes, but I'm not quite sure that it reflects quite what we decided last time. My understanding was that that was going to go forward as a recommendation to the member for highways at KCC from this board.
Sorry, Chairman, can I jump in?
Chairman,
Please do. Mr. Borman.
Thank you. I think the recommendation to go to the Cabinet Member for Highways and Transportation was actually to take the consultation recommendations and not specifically just one scheme from that consultation document. So it was to actually take the recommendations that were presented to the board last time, with obviously including the A274 Sutton Road at the junction with Willingdon Street and Wallace Avenue. So it was to go as a package, and it wasn't necessarily just the one scheme.
Okay, that's fair point. Was there an update on that part?
I'm sure we will get to that later, Councillor Clark.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chittenden, is it a matter of accuracy of the minutes?
It was, just to clarify, Chairman, I think Mr. Bournemouth has clarified that the situation on that junction, which we asked to bring back to this meeting, I am assuming, therefore, we can discuss that under the item later, dealing with the progress on all the junctions, and I'm happy to do that. Obviously, that one was specific last time to bring that one back as fast as possible. But if we can deal with it then at the later item, I am happy with that. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I think that would feature under the MITP, but I'd ask once again, matters of accuracy regarding the minutes. If there is no dissent, I'll consider those to be accurate, and I believe our chairman, who has rejoined us now, will sign those to reflect that. So back to you, Chairman, and you are at item 9.
Thank you very much, David. I must apologise, everybody. A slight technical glitch there. I assume that was the minutes that have now been completed. Item number 9, petitions. I believe that there are no petitions this evening, which moves us on to item number 10. There is one question from a member of the public. I therefore now call upon Mr. Christopher Webb to ask his question.
Yes, good afternoon or good evening, councillors. Can you hear me?
We certainly can.
Thank you. And thanks again for letting me ask the question. Please, could you explain when the success and effect of the new cycle lane scheme and associated works in King Street, Maidstone, is to be reviewed in light of the traffic and safety problems that have arisen since its introduction? Many thanks.
Thank you very much for your question. And I must stress that the answer that I have here is one that has been presented to me, because I was only aware of your question a couple of hours ago. So I will read this out. And it is that the emergency active travel fund measures introduced in King Street, Maidstone, have been continually monitored to better understand the usage and benefits to promote cycling, as per the guidance issued to local authorities from the government. Attitudinal surveys and evidence-based monitoring is being carried out and will be reviewed in December. Mr. Webb, do you have any supplementary question arising out of the original question or a reply to that?
Thank you for the answer. I think, is really just a question that there are a number of local residents that are questioning the success of the scheme and are anxious that it does at least be kept under review. But thank you for your answer.
No, thank you very much, and I hope that I answered your question as well as I could, given the short notice. Yeah. But I certainly am aware that it's something.
I realise that, and I think all I can say to you is thanks again, and we do hope that it will at least be kept under review. But thank you for the chance to ask the question.
No problem, I can assure it will be. Thank you very much, Mr. Webb.
No, thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
This concludes the question and answer session from members of the public, and I will now ask that the public member leaves the call, and if they wish to do so, continue watching the proceedings of the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. Thank you. So we move on now to item number 11, which is the committee work programme. And an additional item will be added to the work programme, which is on a default speed limit of 20 miles per hour in new housing developments. But this is only for noting this item. Is that noted, members?
Noted.
Duly noted.
Noted.
Thank you very much. Which moves us on now to item number 12, which is a member briefing on the M20 traffic management, which is presented by Barbara Cooper, Toby Howell and Nikki Potts.
Chairman, can I please, I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I go back, please, to item 11? And
I apologise for moving on so quickly.
it states on there that the board requested a report presented to the next appropriate MJTB. That a KCC officer attends the meeting to present this information regarding the A229 and 249 links between the M2 and the M20. We've received notification from KCC. They're having consultation, and we have, obviously, Parish Council have already discussed this in great depth, but no report has yet come out. Could I get an answer on that, please?
Of course you can. This has been discussed at the agenda setting meeting for to make arrangements for this. Because, as I'm sure you're aware, because of ongoing discussion arising with works which are being conducted by Highways England, the KCC aren't really in a position to produce a report on this, which will be meaningful in any way. Now, I'm hoping that you should have been informed that that's the reason why it wasn't coming forward to the JTB, but it is going to remain on our programme so that when we are in a position where the officers can produce a report, that will be presented to the JTB at a later date.
Thank you. And presumably, Chair, that will then take into consideration comments made under the consultation?
Yes, that is indeed correct.
Thank you.
And I noticed that Mr. Chittenden has a question.
Yes, I think Mr. Hinder picked it up, actually. I just wanted to point out there is the middle of the consultation about the three alternatives being proposed for the A229 link between the M2 and M20, and that's ongoing till mid-October. I think it's the 19th, Chairman. So, but I think Mr. Hinder spotted that. I'm sure everybody else has as well. So 3 options, and that would, I'm sure, form the basis of a report. A249, I have no knowledge on. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chittenden. Are there any other questions arising from that before we move on? In that case, can I just confirm again that the report is noted indeed?
Noted.
Yeah, noted, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Move on in that case to item number 12, which is the member briefing on the M20 traffic management, which is being presented by Barbara Cooper, Toby Howe and Nikki Potts. So I will hand over to those people.
Yes, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm not entirely sure if you can see me, but that's probably better if you can't. Olivia, I think you're going to drive the presentation, are you?
I've made you presenter so that you're able to do it.
Toby, can you do that? Share the presentation. Thank you.
I will endeavour to do so.
Thank you. That's right, because we normally work off Teams on KCC. So let me just put the presentation up. I do need to say, so I'm Barbara Cooper, Corporate Director at KCC. I'm also one of the strategic chairs for the Kent Resilience Forum and have been working around previously the 2 attempts at Brexit and transition last year for March and October, and are working with all of our multi-agency partners on planning for the end of transition for the 1st of January. Unfortunately, if you're a KCC member, you received some of this yesterday if you came to the all members briefing, and indeed, Martin, I know you, if Martin Cox would have seen this at the leaders meeting last week as well. Toby, how are we doing? I've lost Toby altogether. Hold on.
Apologies for this. I'm just trying to work out the sharing on Skype for the first time, and it doesn't seem to want to share my screen, so I am still endeavouring.
I think, is it there now? Can I see it now? Oh.
Chairman, if I may, through you, I've got a message on my screen that somebody's wanting to share an attachment, which isn't the same as sharing the screen.
Yeah, I just received the exact same thing. I have to confess, I can't help Toby because I am hopeless when it comes to
I may be able to help, Chairman.
Is Olivia able to help us?
Toby?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, you're sharing it as a presentation now, as opposed to sharing your screen. What we need to know is whether all members can actually see that, because that function doesn't always work with all.
Okay,
all
I will try and ignore that one. I'm just looking at the various options.
Yeah. So what you need to do is put your presentation up onto your I don't know how many desktops you've got, but onto one of your desktops.
Yep.
That's it. There we go.
So you can see that now.
We can see that. Yes.
Yeah. Excellent.
Got it, Chairman.
Apologies for that.
Right, good. Okay, excellent. Well played for time, and thank you very much, Ryan, for the help there. So, next slide, Toby. So, as it's just worth reminding everybody that from 3.5 years ago, we're now down to 78 days, or as Toby keeps reminding me now, 53 working days for the 1st of January. However, congestion in Kent is entirely dependent on two key issues. One is trader and freight readiness, and the other one is the take-up of what the government is promoting as a web portal, which will issue a Kent access permit on something called a check NHPB is ready. If both of those have high levels of readiness and take-up of the web portal, assuming it's ready, then we will have no issues in Kent. We will just have the normal flow that we have. However, our job is to make sure that we've looked at all scenarios, and hence that we have put in place a number of plans to deal with the trucks on our roads. Next slide, please. So the national government progress, which is really important because we are reliant in so many ways on national government. Just to remind all members that from the 1st of January, we are talking predominantly about exports only. Imports only become into play from the 1st of July. There are a few import controls on really, really high risk, but nothing to worry us about. So we have two cliff edges, if you like, the 1st of January for the end of transition, and then the 1st of July for the introduction of import controls. You would have seen in the press, it's been well advertised that the government has issued national modelling assumptions where we are to work to up to 7,000 freight in Kent for at least 2 days at any time. So we are working to that reasonable worst case scenario. That doesn't mean that's going to happen, but that is a scenario that we have been given to mitigate. So the government has secured a number of sites in Kent. For those of you who are keen-eyed, you will know that some of these were ready for October last year, namely Waterbrook in Ashford, Ebbsfleet just off the A2M2, and Maidstone over at Dover. For this time round, the government has secured an additional site. It's called Mojo and is called Sevington. It's at junction 10A, the new junction off the M20. And there is a Dover site. Please respect my coyness on this. We are not allowed to say where it is because they're in commercial negotiations, but I can assure you DDC do know where the site is. I'm just not allowed to share it publicly. The government laid a special development order in Parliament on the 3rd of September concerning these 4-5 sites to make sure they've got the correct planning regulations on them from the 1st of January. That was laid on the 3rd of September, and they started the engagement on with Ashford and with Dartford and Gravesham around Sevington and Ebbsfleet. The government is also in the process of renewing their statutory instruments for enforcement, and we will come on to the enforcement, but basically we need powers in order to be able to fine lorries if they are not on the designated roads. We had this last time and they are being renewed, and I understand from a meeting I had earlier this week that they will be laid in Parliament in a week's time. We're also reliant on the government developing Check and HGV, which is this will be a web portal where freight have to answer a number of questions around their readiness, and then if they are ready, they will be given a green digital permit. If they're not ready, a red digital permit. Now, I know there was a lot of fun had on Twitter and social media about there being a new checkpoint Charlie on the crossing and in the M20. It isn't. This is a digital permit, which then with enforcement and cameras, the enforcement agencies are able to check whether that lorry has a right to be in Kent. Next one, please. So local progress. We're building on the previous Brexit plans that we prepared for in March and October. Now that is important because the local partners in particular, and Maidstone have participated in this fully as well. The partners have experience of working together. We know what plans we had before, so we're able to build on that knowledge and experience. We have a draft traffic management plan. It is different from before because we didn't have Sevington last time, and also the M26 has been taken out as an option. We also have a passenger plan, and we also have a prioritised freight plan. What I am going to say at this juncture, though, is with 78 days and still some outstanding information that we're still working through, if I came back to you in 6 weeks' time, it may well change. So I really do want everybody to understand these are our current plans, but as we do more work and testing, they may well change. We've got multi-agency groups led by the DFT, Department of Transport, working on compliance enforcement, and we are also working on command and control. And what this means is, how do all of those sites work together? How do we get information flows from each of the sites, from the Port of Dover, from Eurotunnel, from national government on freight flows and on passenger flows? And frankly, who's available at 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning if we have a freight fire? We're working with government on intel and data flows. And importantly, we are also planning for concurrent emergencies. At the KRF, and all you know, we are already responding to COVID. We have to assume that we will still be in the teeth of COVID come January, and we may well have winter weather of flooding and snow and other emergencies. So we are planning for concurrent emergencies, and indeed all of our plans will have a COVID lens put over them to make sure they are secure plans going forward. Next one, please. So key issues for the next, I had 78, it's actually 78 days on now. We are asking for the granularity from government on how each of those sites are to be used by HMRC for border readiness checks, DEFRA, how do they want to use those sites? We need the government to agree the special development orders for each of the sites, and we need to have the compliance and enforcement plan agreed and tested. As I've said earlier, we will be putting a COVID lens on all plans. That isn't just how you manage a site safely, but say infection rates have gone up on COVID and we're all suffering from a 10 to 15% reduction in staff resources. What's our contingency plan? We also have a programme of exercises and testing for late October going into November and the start of December as well. And of course, key to all of this is communications, both us mirroring the national communications to our businesses, but also locally how we are telling local residents and our businesses about the traffic management plans, the delays they may face, what they will need to have in place in order to cross the border. That is it from me. I will now hand over to Toby, who will go through the traffic management plans. And then, Chairman, we're very happy to take questions at the end, and I've got Nikki Potts from Highways England on the call as well. Over to you, Toby.
Thank you, Barbara. So, as I'll re-stress what Barbara mentioned there, that the traffic management plan that I'll be going through is where we are currently. We are having weekly, if not twice weekly meetings currently, as we receive more information, more traffic modelling, more information from government, etc., etc. So this is an ever-evolving plan, but the structure that I will be showing you is pretty much what we've got in place. It'll just be the timing, the sequencing, etc. that may change. So currently, as you can see here, business as usual, the current plans. Traffic heading for the Port of Dover can either use the M20 and A20 to get to Dover, or will come in on the M2 and A2. Eurotunnel as well, freight will head down the M20 to Eurotunnel. So that's the current plan, business as usual. From the 1st of January, we hope that the system will work, that the app will work, and that freight will use that and it will flow. But in place, we will have 2 HMRC sites available as well. So at Ebbsfleet for freight that comes in on the A2, and at Sevington, the new site that's being constructed down at Ashford Junction 10A, there will also be a site. So business as usual, January the 1st, freight will continue its way, having used the Kent access permit to reach Dover, reach Eurotunnel and across the Channel. However, should incidents arrive, should issues arrive, we have to have that contingency traffic management plan ready. So, first trigger will be that there may be problems at Dover, at the port, with crossings, etc. Dover TAP was created a number of years ago to hold freight outside the town of Dover when there were problems. Traffic flowing with nothing, but it'll be in place ready. Also Sevington, as I say, will still be in place, and Ebbsfleet will be still running. If we then have issues that TAP starts to fill, or at Eurotunnel traffic starts to queue outside Eurotunnel onto the M20, then what we call Brock M20 active with control can be put in place. So there will be traffic signals approaching junction 9, and freight for the ports will be using the coastbound traffic way to be queued, so that you have one queue for Eurotunnel, one queue for Port of Dover. And again, this is tried and tested through the many years of Operation Stack. In the meantime, the benefit that we now have, whereas Operation Stack, we then had to divert all of the coastbound traffic down the A20, we will now have contraflow on the M20, the London-bound carriageway, so that traffic can continue for business as usual along the M20 in both directions. In addition, we've then got the additional capacity now at the Sevington Inland Border Facility. So whereas Brock can hold 2,000 vehicles, we could also, if required, hold 1,400 vehicles at Sevington as well. So this is part of the ever-evolving traffic management plan as to which comes in place which time. So that is what is the traffic modelling is being done for at the moment, to actually create that plan. But both sites will be available. If then we get further problems that actually there are still ongoing delays and Brock is filling, Sevington is filling, etc., we will then actually initiate, should we then have Maidstone available, which hopefully we will soon but is still not confirmed, based on the plans for no deal Brexit when we were looking at it last year, Maidstone has a capacity of 4,000 vehicles. What would then be done is that Brock would purely be used for Eurotunnel traffic, and all Port of Dover traffic will be diverted up to Maidstone, held at Maidstone. But then in addition to that, we have where we've created a TAP, again a queuing system on the A256 just north of the A2 at Whitfield. And that means freight can then be held ready to get to the port as soon as it is required. So we will then have in place that capacity, should it be required, for the 7,000 vehicles that Barbara mentioned. In addition, as I say, we've still got Sevington as well. So should Brock then fill up with Eurotunnel traffic, we can then put the traffic as well. We've got the capacity at Sevington. So that concludes the traffic management plan. Another bit that, again, Barbara mentioned too, is the possibility of prioritised freight. So what is being referred to as fish and chicks. So this is Scottish salmon that has to be at the port of Boulogne early, within 24 hours from leaving Scotland, and day-old chicks also have to be rapidly transported across the channel. So we are therefore working with a plan where all of those vehicles carrying those would congregate initially at Ebbsfleet and then would be directed to use the A2 down to down Detling Hill. And the reason we're using Detling Hill is because we have the issues with all of the junctions, etc., on Bluebell Hill and the bottom there. So we try and keep them away there. So to use Detling Hill, and then they will be able to use the contraflow rather than having to queue, so that they can get to the port or Eurotunnel. And at Ebbsfleet, they will be given a unique permit to show that they're able to avoid the traffic that is queuing and not be penalised for using the contraflow. So that is a very rapid overview of where we are currently on the traffic management plan. So I will stop presenting now and for any questions.
Thank you very much. So far in the chat, Councillor Springett has and Councillor Brindle have indicated questions. As well as Rob Bird, Ashley Kimmants. Now, has anyone who has dialed in, does anyone who has dialed in also wish to ask a question at this stage before I commence taking questions? Fine. In that case, Councillor Springett, would you like to ask your question now, please?
Yes, I would, please. When we've had works on the motorway before, there's been an email set up or a group set up called M20 Solutions. Looking at the plans, if Brock is instigated, where the motorway is shut between 8 and 9, I have to say the impact on Bearsted is usually dramatic. And in the past, when there have been roadworks that have closed the motorway, I have been able to get good diversion signs at the New Cut roundabout to try and encourage traffic that's sneaking off the motorway at 7, and I promise you it does, to go via New Cut Road and the A20 and not through Bearsted Village, because we get hundreds an hour, I can tell you. And it's hell, especially for the people that live in the very, very narrow street. So could I ask, please, will there be either the M20 Solutions website up and running, or can you please give a point of contact so that I can liaise with somebody to get decent diversion signs up to protect Bearsted should the worst case happen? Thank you.
Okay, I think that's one for either Toby or Nikki, please.
Nikki, would you like to take that with regard? Yep.
Yeah. In terms of the roadworks, there is on the Highways England website the M20 movable barrier information, which first of all tells you when we have any road closures. One of the things we've done this time, whilst we're doing the works to put the movable barrier out, is to avoid total road closures, or at least minimise them, whereas before it was every night for 6 weeks. This time we have roadworks going on during the day, 7 days a week, and we've reduced the overnight closures quite drastically. I think as well, we certainly are aware of the issues around in Bearsted, and we've been working with Kent County Councils to make sure that those diversion routes are very clear. So I think if those aren't happening again this time around, Councillor Brindle, then please contact me.
Councillor Springett.
Yes, okay.
Yes,
thank you.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, Highways England will just pass the buck and say, "Woo, that's a Kent County Council road." So Highways England are no use. So I would need a point of contact if possible, please.
I'm Highways England.
Yes, that's okay. Springett, Nikki Potts is working very closely with us, and is Highways England. So
okay, when I've contacted them previously for issues, I was told the roads where I need the signage are the responsible of Kent County Council. So and I get stuck in the middle between, Highways England tell everybody to go up the 249 to the M2, and all the locals go, not going that way, thank you, I'm just going to nip through Bearsted. And the Highways England aren't able to help because you don't have jurisdiction on the roads that are affected. So I just would like, if possible, someone to let me have a point of contact so that hopefully the issue won't arise. But if it does, I have someone that I can talk to. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll be that point of contact.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brindle next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is more or less on the same lines as Councillor Springett. I just wanted some reassurance, really, that there'll be provision in place to protect the small villages, and along with Boxley, Bearsted, Bredhurst, and the country lanes, because we do have a lot of single track roads, and when we've had problems before, we have had a number of freight vehicles parking precariously in nooks and crannies on these single track roads, and I just want to be assured that some provision, signage, I'm not certain what other than signage you can do, but something needs to be in place so that we can safeguard the residents and the road safety for everyone, because if you've only got to have a great big lorry stuck halfway in the middle of the road and all chaos reigns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Brindle. And it's at all briefings we've done, the antisocial HGV parking is a key issue. The statutory instruments do, so let me go back. The compliance and enforcement plan has designated the roads that freight need to keep on. So the traffic management plan that you have seen from Toby basically gives, when they get a Kent access permit, it means they have to use the roads that are in that kit. If they are not on those roads, they can be fined. Now, our problem, of course, is we don't always know where the lorries are. We know where the common hotspots are, absolutely. We will rely on people telling us where lorries are as well, because I can't, no matter how many staff we have, Highways England, the police, or anybody have. So we will be asking for people to inform us where the lorries are. But through the enforcement strategy, we are trying to make sure that we've got cameras that keep them onto the M2, then down into the M20, that they're on the way to Maidstone, the A249 and the M2. But Councillor Brindle, it is a problem that KCC recognises, as you know, that we are trying our best to get powers here to be able to, and we had proposals, didn't we, for a Maidstone scheme on the HGVs to try to stop this antisocial parking. But we are working on that compliance and enforcement plan. And hopefully if we come back to you in maybe 6 weeks' time, we'll be able to tell you the details of that. But it's very much on our agenda. But what I really cannot promise is that we will know where all the lorries are, but we are doing our best to keep them on the designated routes that we have identified.
Right, so if I could just wrap my question up then, and along with Councillor Springer, if we could please have the necessary contact points so that when we come across or we're advised by our residents that there's a lorry parked precariously somewhere, we can help police that. Yeah. So we will need up-to-date contact points.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
And some that work overnight, not finish at 5 o'clock.
No, well, many of my highway staff do work.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thanks very much. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Bird.
Thank you, Barbara and Toby. It's a cheering second time round as it was first time round. Couple of questions. Firstly, the premise is that 7,000 lorries, or the need to find capacity for 7,000 lorries, is a reasonable worst case. What provision do we have if the number of lorries queuing in Kent exceeds 7,000 lorries? Mm-hmm. And how can, you know what's coming next, how can we stop Kent Police immediately imposing Operation Stack on Kent and gridlocking the whole county? And the second question is how, and this follows up very much on what Councillor Springett and Brindle have just been saying. How are we going to manage other HGV traffic coming into Kent, which has nothing to do with cross-channel exports, but people who basically want to rat run to avoid gridlock? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the start of that, Mr. Bird. So the 7,000 lorries is exactly what we are working to, and we are adamant as the multi-agency partnership that we do not have capacity to go over 7,000. We will then work with the government, who we will be in daily, as you can imagine, Mr. Bird, when this kicks off, we will have as many people over us nationally and locally as you can imagine. So we will be working with them on what are the flow rates in Kent, what is it we're likely to be forecasting on our roads. We would then expect the national government to implement any national freight plan to either tell lorries not to come to Kent or to use a different port. We really do not want to say we've got any further capacity over 7,000 because we have a plan and that's what it can deal with. OpStack is still an option for us, but can I say, and you referred there to the police, can I say the police are fully bought into our OpFennel and OpBrock plans. They have been part of these plans for the last two years. They are not trigger happy to move to OpStack. We've had OpStack twice in the last 3 weeks because actually the quick movable barrier was not ready because, as you know, it's being put out between 9 and 8 on the M20. So we had to instigate OpStack, and it was just, I think, somebody up there was having a laugh for us to have to invoke OpStack when really we didn't want to, but circumstances were such. So the police are fully in our plans here, but I do have to say that OpStack must remain one of our backstops, last resorts, should we need it. And I think one of the issues we've been talking about is that we will have a number of tactical options. I do not know, and nor does anybody on this call, know what will happen on the 1st of January, 10th of January, beginning of February. We do not know how compliant the freight is. We do not know whether the web portal will be working, up and working, whether it will fail. We don't know about bad weather. I don't know about striking fishermen in the straits. I don't know about ferries being taken out. All of these things we have to plan for, and we do hope that none of our worst case scenarios are realised and that we can keep our highways open. So OpStack has to remain a last resort, but can I say the bits of kit that we've got with Sevington, Brock and Maidstone give us enough capacity to deal with the reasonable worst case scenarios we've been given by the government. If it exceeds that, then we expect the government basically to do its bit on a national freight plan. On HGVs coming into Kent, Mr. Bird, I wasn't quite sure if they were just coming in to deliver or whether they were going across the short straits.
No, these are HGVs making deliveries to domestic deliveries.
Okay, so Toby will come in on this one.
We
I can
are.
come in.
Oh, right, Nikki, do you want to go first?
So any freight that isn't going to Europe can use the contraflow. So they're not required to queue in the holding area of the M20, and nor are they required to use Sevington or Maidstone or anywhere like that. So the key message really is if you get an opportunity to any of your haulier friends at all who are doing local deliveries, is to use the M20 because it will be the quickest route.
And we've got to ensure really that we minimise, where possible, the impact on the county, on the communities, on local businesses, etc. So hence that is the reason that the traffic management plan and the compliance structure is in place to really keep freight that is crossing the short straits in a specific route or routes, so that then traffic for the rest of the county can then continue as best as it can without being impacted.
Right,
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I now next have Councillor Kimmants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Bird has actually stolen my glory there, because a lot of what I wanted to ask was about that. But you say 7,000 lorries. What is the total movement for the tunnel and the ferry on crossings over to France per day? That's my first question, because if, for argument's sake, our French cousins decide that they're going to down tools and no freight's going to cross in either the tunnel or the ferry, then we're going to have to make sure that we've made enough provision, because you know what they're like, it could be a fortnight. So have we got the capacity to hold a fortnight's worth of lorries in Kent?
No, we haven't. Definitely haven't. Councillor Kimmants, definitely not. I think we've got about 12,000 truck movements a day across the straits, but Toby or Nikki will tell me if I've got that wrong in a moment. So all I will point out on the French side is that when you look at the traffic system is our side, but it also relies on the Calais side. So the Calais is the other half, if you like, of the whole traffic movement plan. Now, from what we understand, France may well, they may well have a funny 5 minutes, but actually what they do not want is trucks parked up around Calais and on their road network either. So I cannot imagine 2 weeks, Councillor Kimmants, but you're right. We do need to look at all of these scenarios. Toby, I think it's about 12,000, or Nikki, isn't it, a day?
Yeah, roughly around that figure, but that's in both directions. So in terms of freight wanting to leave the UK and go over to Europe, it's around about half. And I think from a planning perspective, we work on a 60-40 split, so 40% Eurotunnel, 60% Dover.
So basically what you're saying is we've got the capacity of just about 30 hours, that's it.
That's assuming if they're not moving at all.
Yeah, because
the assumption is they will be.
Yeah, but we know that they have been on strike before, and they haven't moved at all for more than 24 hours.
Okay, even during OPSTAC in 2015, where myself, Nikki and Toby were around, and indeed I managed to get myself caught up in it, there was still freight moving slowly, Councillor Kimmants, but there was, because the ferries were out, there was issues with the Eurotunnel, if you remember, and we had 32 days straight of OPSTAC.
Yeah, that was the reason for my question, because I remember back then. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, I can remember being stuck at 7 for what felt like a whole day.
But we never once had more than 7,000 trucks in Kent.
Yeah, but never say never.
No,
absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I apologise, my Skype chat actually disconnected. So I've got Dan Daly after Ashley Kimmants, but could someone just confirm if anyone
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I ask the question now?
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Barbara and Toby, I have to say, take my hat off to you. When you're trying to, as it were, manage a nightmare or a particular nightmare, it's very difficult to get all the ducks in place. But I think you've done a wonderful job in trying to guesstimate exactly what might happen and try to see the ways out of them when they do happen. There's one particular area, though, that I'm particularly worried about with regard to HGV transport, and that is hills. Now, to get from the M2 to the M20, you're suggesting to do Detling Hill rather than Bluebell Hill. That's 249 instead of the 229. If I had a choice, you would never come down Detling Hill with a loaded HGV with probably drivers who've never come down that hill before. One, it's constricted, it's 2 lanes, it's got some inverse cambers on it, at least 2, if not 3, very, very seriously difficult bends. The Bluebell Hill route, by the way, but of course it's got 3 lanes and it's a straightforward run down the hill. So I would suggest to you really that to put anything in numbers down Detling Hill, if you need to move things from M2 to M20, Detling Hill is certainly not the route to use, and I would ask you really to look at that again. That's the first thing. Then the next thing is the question of directing drivers, many of whom are foreign drivers, to do funny routes that they would not normally use, and then to find them if they find they're off route, is a bit harsh. How you're going to cope with this, I just don't know. But I mean, to stop people and say you're on a wrong route, and he comes from Romania or he comes from, I don't know, Czechoslovakia or Poland, hasn't got a clue what you're talking about, and you're going to ask him for £300, please, because you're on the wrong road. I think he's really going to be asking for trouble. So I think this question of fines is all right if you're dealing with British drivers who know what they're doing and understand instruction. But if you're dealing with a lot of foreign drivers who are being asked to go to all sorts of funny places off their normal route, I think you're going to have some problems. So those 2 things are really, I think, operational difficulties, but one could cause a serious trouble, because if anybody loses themselves on the Detling Hill coming downhill, if brakes go, for example, they're in serious trouble, and then you would have nothing shift, I can tell you after that, for a long time. So those are the 2 things that really concern me. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so I'll let Nicky or Toby come in on the first one around the A249 versus Bluebell Hill. On the second one, Dan, you're right. Most of the drivers, actually about 80% of freight drivers coming across the strait are foreign. So the government is doing a lot of engagement with the larger companies in particular, who basically, if you take out the larger companies who account for the large percentage of the freight, they are doing a lot of engagement. So are Eurotunnel, DFDS and P&O with their major customers, and they're working, if you like, down the hierarchy to try to get as many freight, knowing that they've got a web portal, knowing that there is a route to take. And remember, Brock was in place last time. All we've changed on that is Sevington, and Maidstone was never invoked, but it was part of our plans. So the government is doing a lot of engagement with foreign lorry drivers and Eurotunnel, Port of Dover, DFDS and P&O to get to their main clients. As I said right at the beginning, our 2 criteria here is trader and freight readiness. And if the government can drive that knowledge up to the high levels, then we get less congestion. And you're absolutely right, Dan, trying to explain to a foreign HGV driver in the middle of the night they shouldn't be on an X road and another road. But I will also take issue. What we are trying to do is we need to enforce strongly from day one, because if we don't, we will lose the fight and people will think that they can get around the system. So there is something here around push and pull, and we do need to make sure we're not allowing lorries from those early doors to, if you like, work their way around it. But can I ask Toby or Nicky to talk about the A249 and Bluebell Hill?
I can answer that. There was a lot of planning to look at the best route for the prioritised freight to get from Ebbsfleet through to the ports, working with Highways England and Kent Police in particular, their traffic management team. The recommendation specifically from Kent Police was to use Detling as opposed to Bluebell Hill because of the problems with the junctions, specifically at the northern end of Bluebell Hill. The prioritised freight is not going to be huge quantities. It's going to be smaller quantities of freight. So really, it's not going to be, as with Brock, huge queues. So, I mean, that's another bit that is part of the ever evolving plan. But that is the current plan, and the reason behind it was specifically a recommendation from Kent Police that they feel that to use the 249 is the better option. But as we said at the beginning, this isn't cast in stone as yet, so we will take your comments on board and further discussion.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next I have Mr. Chittenden.
Thank you, Chairman. Just following on two questions, actually. First, following on from Councillor Springett's and Councillor Brindle's comment. Councillor Springett's problem with Bearsted is certainly extreme because of the narrow roads in Ware Street and the low bridge. And some good effort was made to deal with that. Prior to junction 7 to 8 with Bearsted having this problem, junctions 6 to 7, which is 6 to 7, had major works being carried out on resurfacing the M20. For 6 nights, for 6 weeks, 5 nights a week, all the lorries off the M20 were diverted in one direction. They were supposed to go via the M2, where there was also works going on in parallel. Why, I don't know. And for the most part, most of the lorries ended up going down Sandling Lane, which is also a narrow B-class lane with houses that were rattling, people who couldn't sleep, and goodness knows. And in spite of every effort particularly through the Highway England, nothing was done about it. The signage was poor. Subsequent to that, a liaison group was set up with Toby Howe leading for KCC, with Highways England and the specialist contractors, and a lot of effort was made to liaise, and it improved substantially, and the signage was also improved when we had additional works done on the M20. So thank you, Toby, for that. So I'm hoping that when everybody's thinking junctions 7 to 8, they are also thinking junctions 6 to 7, because it was a horror story for 6 weeks and nobody seemed to be able to do anything about it. The second and other point is, which is a question, Chairman. I assume that we often talk about January the 1st for 6 months being the sort of main concern, or the getting everything right or putting everything right when we don't do it quite right. I'm assuming there'll be no major works on any of the motorways between junction 5 and down Dover and Folkestone, or down on the M2, that's suddenly going to add to the chaos. I assume all of that is being carefully stowed for a later time, unless of course it's in an emergency. So I just want to check that we have cancelled all the work. I'd hate that to add to the burden that's going to come to us.
Indeed, and I think Ian, as you will appreciate, for the March and October dates, we at KCC stood down or banned basically any works on our network unless it was an emergency, for that very reason. And it was good of you to give a name check to Toby there on the liaison group. Nikki, do you want to come in on the works that are planned around motorway network?
Yeah, I will do. If we've got the disruption, absolutely, we will not be doing road works. What I will say, and what was, I think, caused confusion last time, is if you look ahead at any schedules, you might see works planned on the M20 or the M2. I don't know when they are particularly scheduled, and that is to make sure that preparations carry on happening, so that in the hopeful event that we don't get disruption, it means those works are ready to carry on. But it is much easier to be able to stop works in an instant than it is to start thinking and preparing and getting them going again, if we find that we don't have the disruption that we're planning for.
Just one response to that, sorry.
Go on, Ian.
Just one response to that. I'm assuming that if work is planned on that basis, it can immediately stop. It won't mean that something's being set up that would take 1 or 2 of the lanes out that can't be stopped instantly.
No,
There'll be
absolutely
other types of work.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. It would be one overnight closure or 2 overnight closures, and that would always be based on what's happening at the time. So, if it was something during the first week of January, for example, and we haven't experienced anything, we would probably say no, just to allow ourselves to understand what's going on in January.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening to Barbara, Toby and Nikki. Thank you for the presentation. My continuing concern is the arrangements when things tend to go awry, where there's a car fire and the M20 gets closed, etc., etc., and the contingency elements to that. At the presentation the other day, I mentioned the contingency planning because of the fragility of the local network around Maidstone, and I really do think that junction 8 scenario is of concern. In terms of if the lorries come off the motorway and then we're looking at designated and approved lorry routes for them to travel on, with the potential for being fined if they come off those. Will those, is there a way for members of the public to be aware of what will be designated routes? So if we find lorries coming through the rural network, we actually know that they're somewhere where they shouldn't be, and then to report them to presumably some form of a Kent-wide lorry watch. And just in terms of the direction they go and a comment, the police already have a fairly effective stop and find and fine lorries that do not comply with the regulations. The thing is, with the police, when they stop a lorry for that, they're only allowed to apply up to a maximum of 3 offences against that lorry driver at any one time, with £500 fine per offence. So, and the lorry drivers all have company credit cards to pay up to £1,500 effectively on the spot when they get pulled into services where the police set themselves up. They've all got GPS trackers. I don't quite see that why we couldn't use GPS and the tracking technology that's available to track where the lorries are going, and if they do go off the routes, to automatically apply fines to them, which would go back to their head office, and then it's up to the head office then to talk to the drivers about, well, you can't go that way. So I just really would like a little bit more information about that, and whether the routes will actually be clearly signposted, so we as the people who live around here will be more aware of what is and what isn't a lorry route. Thank you, Barbara.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. So absolutely, there will be upping our communications about which routes will be lorry routes, which routes are not lorry routes, and that's not easy to say at this time of night. So that comms piece is really important, Gary, I think, as you're implying there, and will be shared widely. And Lucy Mayer and all of her team are working with Blue Light and all of our other partners to make sure that we get the right messages out in time. But of course, we need to have a finalised plan that we can share with our communities, businesses and residents alike. The compliance and enforcement plan, you're right, Gary, that needs to be as strong as we can make it. DFT, Department of Transport, are leading on that at the moment, and we know that their plan, their draft plan, should be with us, hopefully in the next week or so, for us to start testing and asking those sorts of questions, Gary. What I can't answer is anything about capacity and fragility at Junction 8, but I will ask Nikki to come in, and whether Toby wants to add in anything I've just talked about on signage, etc. Nikki?
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. In terms of Junction 8, I think you were referring to specifically when there were incidents and the fragility around that. I think, you know, if there's incidents and we're having to deal with an incident as well as queuing freight, we will deal with an incident in the same way. And one of those ways is actually turning freight back. And all traffic that's stuck in a queue will just be turned back and turned away until that incident is dealt with. Certainly some experience from Brock last time that we put it out. We were aware of the issues around the Junction 8 and have changed the signage plan a little bit. And in terms of the wider UK signage, Highways England have a strategic signage plan so that whenever any various bit or phase of the plan is invoked, that triggers a different plan so that people coming down the M1 are advised to use, if they're going to Dover, they're advised to use the Dartford route of the M25 so that they can use Maidstone, and likewise if they're going to Eurotunnel they'll be asked to turn right on the M25 and come down that way so that they can get into the M20 at Brock. So it's fairly far and wide to try and make sure that freight is using the right road.
Thank you, Nikki. Toby, was there anything further from you that I missed?
No, I mean, that was pretty much covered. I mean, the key thing will be that hopefully everything has to remain on the strategic road network anyway. We will then come into the area that could then impact sort of the rural Maidstone area in particular is if the Maidstone route is initiated, then Detling Hill becomes quite critical because the 249 is the route to join the M2. Yeah. And we ensure that we put signing out that is clear for the freight that is port bound can only use lane 1 so that we've then got free flow. The last thing we want is heading up Detling Hill, loads of foreign lorries all overtaking each other, causing gridlock, backing down to Maidstone, etc. So we will have specific signing out for the freight heading that way. And we've also got options, should we need to, where we could implement signs on the roads off the 249 towards Hucking, etc., to say no access for such freight, etc. So we do have that as part of our possible plan.
Back to you, Chairman.
Quick supplemental, please, Chairman, if I might.
Quickly.
In the way that, you know, you see these in terms of a red route, a blue route, a yellow route, and what have you. So is that the intention that when we talk about strategic routes, that they will be coded in some way and the drivers of the freight actually then follow that and have to stick to that route?
Nikki?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. So initially they can use either the M2, A2 or M20, and as the maps showed that Toby just presented just now, the moment that Brock is activated, traffic is asked to use the M20 only, and then at a point, if we have to invoke Maidstone, that is when we will require Dover bound freight to use the Maidstone route and Eurotunnel freight to use the M20.
Back to you,
and that
Chairman.
would be signposted accordingly, so they know.
Yes,
yes,
absolutely, yeah.
And if they don't use that, and if they go off that route, that's when the fines kick in.
Correct.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I have Mrs. Prendergast next.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been listening to all the comments regarding the M20 closures and the impacts on Bearsted from Junction 7 onwards. And I absolutely understand those, and part of that lies within my own division. But I just wanted to sort of comment that the impacts actually go way beyond that. And the A20 from Junction 8 to the Ashford border also lies within my Maidstone Rural East division. And right now I can tell you that I must have at least a dozen missives from residents in my post bag, where they've contacted Highways England, and they have been passed straight back to KCC saying it's nothing to do with them. This is part of KCC's network. Who assumes responsibility then for what's happening on KCC roads when Highways England divert traffic onto them? Because it really is a problem when it comes to not just congestion, but noise and air pollution also. And I really do sympathise with people sort of living in Harrietshire and Lenham, having to put up with all of this. And the other thing that has been highlighted is some of these HGVs, and I hate to say this, but they are mostly foreign ones. I don't know whether they're using commercial sat-navs or not, are ending up on our rural lanes in the North Downs and some of our smaller villages which have weight and width restrictions, and it's causing absolute chaos. And that happening on a larger scale going forward is unthinkable. The thought of Operation Stack, even as a last resort, given what I've just said and what we experienced in July 2015, has got to be avoided at absolutely all cost, in my view. And finally, I'm also fortunate enough to have Detling Hill, the A249, within my division also. And Mrs. Cooper, our KCC officers, we know our local network well enough to be able to say to Kent Police, it doesn't work at the moment with the weight of traffic on it. What makes them think that this is a suitable option to divert traffic? I'm absolutely with Mr. Daly's comments on this. And the next set of roadworks on the M20 commence on the 20th of October, just so you know.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Prendergast. And so, like you, we do not want to invoke OPSTAC. We lived with that, didn't we, for 32 days in 2015, and that largely has shaped our thinking going forward. Of course, we were going to have a large lorry park within about 6 months, and that never materialised. So remember, we are working with a number of sites to make the best traffic management we can. But what we can't do, if we do have 7,000 trucks on our roads for 2 days at a time, there has to be impacts, because as somebody just previously said, the fragility of our network does not mean we have spare capacity, so there will always be impacts. But like you, Shalina, we want to avoid that full OPSTAC is horrible. We do not want to go there, because Maidstone and Ashford, as we know, were ground to a halt. Can I ask Nikki first about the when traffic gets diverted from the M20, when you've got works, particularly between 8 and 7, 7 and 9, 8 and 9, and it comes onto the A20. Can you talk about that? And then Toby will come in after that about enforcement on the A20.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the agreed diversion route is certainly not the A20. It's the M2, and it is a very difficult one. And in terms of who has the sole responsibility, I think the answer is no one has sole responsibility. It's a bit of a collective and partnership response that we can give. And as Toby's mentioned, and we've mentioned, we've looked at it and increased the signage certainly on the local roads on the A20 there, but ultimately we are in the hands of the freight drivers who are allowed to go on any road, and whilst we do an awful lot of signage, and the A20 isn't the diversion route that we are signing them onto, where they choose to go, unfortunately, is a little bit out of our control.
To sort of follow up on that first item, as Ian Chittenden referred to earlier, we now do have a very close working group, in effect, that KCC and Highways England work together, the Kent Corridor Coordination Group. So we are then looking at ways of those specific areas that are used as shortcuts, as has been mentioned, Pennenden Heath, Bearsted, and the A20 is also one, where we look at individual cases when there are going to be those works and see what can be done working together, because there is nothing worse than that frustration of a call coming through to KCC and KCC saying, oh, it's Highways England problem. A call going to Highways England who is saying, well, it's KCC's road. So we've got to continue that close working relationship we've got to communicate that and always look at those instances. With regard enforcement, we know those roads that are used as shortcuts. A lot of those foreign lorries do use ordinary sat navs that you'll find on your phone, which are unsuitable for HGVs. So we've got to make sure that when we've got the enforcement powers in place from the 1st of January, that we do station DVSA in particular in key locations where we know those lorries will be coming through. And Junction 8, A20, heading Lenham, Charing is a key one of those. You'll get a lot of drivers that will say that they're going to trading industrial estates at Lenham or whatever, but we know their ruses, so we will make sure that there are enforcement organisations in place on those key areas.
Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And if I can take Councillor Cox next, please.
Chairman, I just wanted to come back on something, if I may, quickly, please.
Of course you can. Sorry.
So, as I just mentioned, the next set of roadworks are on the 20th of October. We've got 6 days to ensure that we've got some really effective signage in place. I know there's another member here, a Maidstone Borough Councillor, who represents Harwich and Lenham, and I think he will support me in saying that life has been an absolute misery for local residents. So if we can get some signage in place, please, within the next 6 days, to ensure those lorries are using suitable routes, I would be very, very grateful. Thank you.
Okay, is that HE works, Nikki?
Yeah, I think it is. The M20 we're moving the works up, so we'll work with the KCC group, as Toby mentioned. I think we meet weekly, Toby, don't we?
Yes, there are weekly meetings. Yeah. So what we can do is make sure that there are specific signs to really deter, and it can only deter, unfortunately, because, as we've said, legally they can use that road. So we will again work together to improve the signing.
Okay, back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. If I can take Councillor Cox next, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's a very quick question. I've been listening to an awful lot of people talking about signage, and also then just recently about people with different types of sat-nav. Is there no way, or do we, key into the national satellite navigation systems that go and get updated into vehicles? And can we not just say that this is not a preferred route when people say, I want to choose X route? And can they not flash up on their screen? Is there no way we can amend what actually is said, this is a good route, and say it is not a good route, do not follow it?
Oh, good point, Martin. I'm going to give that one to Nikki.
Thanks, Barbara. I know Highways England have certainly worked with navigation companies to try and persuade them. I personally haven't been involved in the work, but I expect that it is steeped with huge amounts of protocols, commercial elements, goodness knows what else. But I certainly will take it back again and take it up through government to see as to whether there's anything that can happen with the sat-nav companies.
Thank you. Surely they need a license to actually get all this information out, and the government should be saying, well, unless you do it, we won't give you the license. Thank you.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I haven't forgotten you, Councillor Springer. I just want to get round everyone who hasn't already asked a question yet before we come back. So if I can go to Councillor Hinder, please.
Thank you, Chair. Has consideration been taken to ensure that the proposed improvements at Notcuts doesn't occur around this time of Brexit?
I think that's an easy one, and I'm even going to invoke Russell if I can. I thought Notcuts had completed, but if Russell is on the line, or Toby might know, I thought they were completed, but...
I'll leave this to Russ.
Yeah, Russell, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
Yes, sorry, we have rather dominated the agenda. Councillor Hinder is asking whether the Notcuts works will be finished before we do the transition, and I said I thought they were essentially completed, but I rather invoked your name at that point.
No, that's fine. No, the answer to that one, Barbara, is no. The works actually commenced this November. First phase is all offline work, so no works on the highway network itself. So we're not anticipating getting on to the network until probably about April/May next year, in which time obviously hopefully things would have settled down. We can share our TM phasing plans, etc., with obviously yourselves and Highways England to discuss any potential impact that may have. But yeah, I mean, ultimately we've written into the contract that that this is a possibility to cause disruption, and obviously how the preferred supplier then mitigates that, we can discuss moving forward. But yeah, work's not due to commence on the highway network until probably April or May of next year.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. I was getting myself confused there, Russell. Thank you for bailing me out. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. In that case, Councillor Springett, please.
Thank you. I can answer Councillor Cox's question actually. I believe the freight linker KCC can input information to the lorry SatNav database, because they did tell me previously they were able to put a note in the system to say don't go through Bearsted, it's not suitable, but it doesn't affect the car SatNav database. So it does work. There is a system, but it only works on lorry SatNav. So that was that one. I know the agreed diversion route is up the 249, but I can tell you a lot of those experienced foreign lorry drivers are very wily, and they know exactly that's a long diversion and they don't want to go that way, so they just ignore it and come along the A20. So on that point, I think it was mentioned that Highways England have their own sign making department. I wonder whether they could design a new sign that says this is not an approved lorry route, or something along those lines. Something a bit more eye-catching than the no HGVs that we could put up on these vulnerable routes when this all kicks off. Just throwing that one in the pot.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Springett. Over to Nikki on that one.
Yeah, we are governed by what words we can and can't use. We do have not suitable for HGVs, I believe. Fairly clear. I don't know what you would suggest.
Okay, I think we also ought to look at this, Nikki and Toby, as part of the compliance and enforcement plan, shouldn't we?
Absolutely, yeah, no, definitely, and it's the key thing that I've taken away. There's a couple of points around a couple of the areas that aren't part of the traffic management plan, but as you say, people will try and run, and I think those are the key areas that we need to make sure that we've covered off in terms of not being suitable or even not part of the designated route.
Okay, back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, are there any other questions on this agenda item? I'd say that as a no, in which case, if we can move on to agenda item number 13, which is the objections to the traffic regulation orders. And this report will be introduced by Charlie Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to present the report in respect of the objections received to the Kent County Council various roads, Borough of Maidstone, weight restrictions and street parking places, variation 30, order 2020. The report makes recommendations to the board to consider the objections received as part of the formal consultation process. The proposals for introduction of restrictions were advertised for 14 locations, and during the consultation period, representations were received for 2 locations, Lewes Road and North Down Close. A more extensive proposal for major road improvements in Lewes Road has been put forward, and as a result, we do not intend to progress the proposal. This report sets out details of representations for North Down Close and seeks the views of the JTB on the opposite recommendation that proposed weighting restrictions are implemented. The residents of North Down Close have petitioned the council for the introduction of weight restrictions to prevent all-day parking. The survey received indicated that 39 households surveyed, 30 were in support of the restrictions, parking Monday to Friday, 2 for no change, 1 with other suggestions, with 1 abstaining and 5 with no response indicated. The proposal for a Monday to Friday 1 to 1:30 p.m. restrictions was advertised, and during the formal consultation period, 7 objections were received on the grounds that restrictions times would have an impact on residents and their visitors and would inconvenience people. And dispersion of vehicles into other surrounding streets would also have a detrimental effect on those residential streets. We also received 14 representations in support of the proposals. All properties have driveways, and the proportion of vehicles parked in the locations are non-residents. The proposed restrictions are as minimal as feasible to cause as little disruption as possible to the residents. Any vehicles dispersion will be monitored, and if identified, surveys and considered for further restrictions. As the proposal was initially put forward by the residents, and during the formal consultation, the majority of residents are in favour of the proposal. We recommend to proceed with the proposal. Therefore, the recommendation is to consider the views of the Joint Transportation Board in that the Strategic Planning and Infrastructure Committee be recommended to proceed with the proposal to make the order. I welcome any questions.
So far, I believe Councillor Cumming is the only person to have indicated to ask a question. So, Councillor Cumming.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Looking at the map on page 67 of our agenda.
Yeah.
The restrictions around the entire circumference numbers 23 to 44.
Right.
Well, the circumference of the island goes from 21 to 31 and 34 to 40. I can't see where 42 and 44 are.
Okay. Yeah, 23 there. Yeah, I mean we can amend that. I mean, basically we don't have to put where the numbers are. It's around the circumference of the island. But the numbers may not be there.
Yeah. Okay. It's just yeah, because you've got odds on one side and evens on the other. So where it says 23 to 44, that should be, I think, 21 to 31 and 34 to 40.
Yes, okay, we can amend that, no problem.
Thank you very much. Now, does anybody else wish to speak on this item?
I just move the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, that we proceed.
Yep, I quite agree. Yep, no, absolutely. In that case, is everybody in favour of the recommendation in the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Perfect. Thank you very much. In that case, the recommendation is carried. So we can move on to item number 14, which is the Upper Stone Street air quality update. And this report is going to be introduced by William Cornwall.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just by way of background, Maidstone Borough Council's Strategic Planning and Infrastructure Committee has looked at this matter a couple of times now. First of all, in July 2019, the committee then considered 3 possibilities as to how to best improve air quality in Upper Stone Street. And just to remind everyone, Upper Stone Street has sort of the poorest air quality readings in the borough. So back in July 2019, the committee considered 3 alternative approaches. Number 1 was the creation of a red route. The second was a scheme around cleaner and more efficient vehicle usage, so engaging with hauliers and so on. And the third one was to create a clean air zone along the ilk of what is provided in London at the moment. The committee at that point decided to its preferred route was the red route option, and so that's what I started to look at and created a working party with KCC and NBC officers to explore this matter. Also, the committee asked that we also look into the possibility of green infrastructure enhancements that could be made to improve air quality in the area as well. It was also acknowledged, of course, that whatever route was taken, improvements could only be made and delivered with the help and support and largely the leadership of Kent County Council as the highway authority as well. So we formed the working party in January of this year. We had 4 meetings. KCC provided some really good background information about incident levels in Upper Stone Street in terms of blockages causing delays and exacerbating the problems and so on. And that data really did support the idea that a red route or similar could be part of the solution for improving air quality. We then sort of, from the Maidstone perspective, looked into the matter to see, well, can KCC actually create a red route? And obviously we talked about this with the KCC team as well. And it can be done, but there are no red routes in Kent at the present time. What that means is that to bring in, a single red route for quite a small strip of road would end up being probably very expensive to introduce and, most importantly, enforce. So as a team, we looked at exploring whether the same benefits could be achieved in a more sort of straightforward way, and that's sort of set out in the report. Just moving on. Also, in the summer of this year, we engaged a specialist consultant firm called RSK that are sort of at the cutting edge of green infrastructure ideas around air quality improvements as well. They provided a report, and our recommendations are to some degree informed by that report as well. So just to bring everyone up to date, my report came back to the Strategic Planning and Infrastructure Committee of Maidstone Borough Council last week. The recommendations that are set out in the report were all approved, plus an additional one that the matter be sort of held under review, and if successful, look at expanding the suggested controls a little bit further as well to Lower Stone Street and Palace Avenue. So to summarise, at this stage it was felt that the perceived benefits of a red route could be achieved through the more straightforward means of double yellow lines, which would be faster and more efficient to implement as well. So the 4 recommendations are all set out, and obviously what we're doing now is sort of passing these across to the JTB to hopefully endorse and then ask that KCC sort of take a lead on introducing the various recommendations. So if I can pause there, I'll happily take any questions as we go.
Thank you very much. I believe there are questions first from Councillor English.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't really going to ask a question because having been at the SPI, I've had the previous report, so I was indicating wish to speak, Mr. Chairman. Is it all right if I speak now rather than just ask a question?
Of course it is all right to speak now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a pragmatic solution that's being put forward by the officers of both authorities to make not a life-changing transformation of this area, but an improvement which would help with air quality and perhaps more, as importantly, would help with traffic flow, because it can be really, really difficult for the south of Maidstone if someone parks outside the fish and chip shop in Stone Street or something. The whole of South Maidstone grinds to a halt as a consequence. So the combination of these traffic regulation orders, the double yellow lines with the loading restrictions, should enable rapid enforcement to take place when necessary, so that we can unstick the problem. The additional planting is a small but useful contribution to improving the quality of the area which frankly does need it. So I would hope that members on both authorities would see this as a pragmatic step forward to problems. It's not dramatic, but it's an improvement. So I therefore move the recommendation on the papers as one of the ward members.
Thank you very much, Councillor English. And next I have Mr. Bird.
Well, thank you, Chairman. And as one of the county councillors for the division, I very much endorse what Councillor English has just said. This is a hugely problematic area, as we've been told. We recognise that these are small steps, but very important steps nonetheless. It's a pragmatic solution, and we must really do everything we can, even if it is only a small step, one step at a time. But we must proceed with this as soon as we can, and I would very much like to second the proposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bird. And next, Mr. Clark, did you wish to speak? I appreciate that you indicated that you wish to second the.
Yes, I'm happy for the member for High Street to Maidstone Central to take that second. Yes, this is something that we myself and Councillor English proposed and seconded at SPI. The one point which is may be a little bit hidden on the papers, but it was mentioned by the officer earlier, is that our long-term aspiration is to have this extend into really from the gyratory system along Palace Avenue and into Lower Stone Street, because we have a lot of problems where vehicles will turn right at the old cinema and immediately come onto parked cars sitting there with their engines running. It's not quite as bad a hotspot as the Upper Stone Street, because you've got the labouring of engines on the hill, and that actually significantly increases the levels. But it's certainly something that we should be watching this very closely with a view to going all the way back to the gyratory.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. And Councillor Cumming, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you. On the fourth recommendation about exploring one-way designations for some side streets, some of them are already one-way. Campbell Road and Waterloo Street, I believe, are both one-way away from Upper Stone Street. What I would ask is that you consider seriously Foster Street, because the railings that have been installed recently near the Wrens Cross development are the vertical components of them are all in a line, and it does obstruct the sight line into the traffic coming Upper Stone Street as you're trying to exit Foster Street. But I speak from personal experience of a problem at that junction. So if Foster Street could be considered for one-way westbound, that would seriously help.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cumming. And next I have Mr. Chittenden.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Very quick comment. Wouldn't it be nice if every problem we had where we had to take a tree down, we could find a solution that meant we put 6 trees back? So a lot of the world's problems, perhaps. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to speak, or are we happy to move on to vote on the recommendations? In that case, we have a proposal and a second. Yes. Councillor Cumming, we can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry, I said, could I make one other point here on the pollution monitors? It highlights that the one of the pollution monitors has increased compared with the other 6, and it's right opposite another one which has decreased the level. And I would point out that most large vehicles have the exhaust pointing to the right.
So Upper Stone Street is one way, so all exhaust gases are towards the M123 sensor and away from the M122 sensor, and it's also just beyond the bus stop. So as buses accelerate away from the bus stop, they're obviously producing more pollution.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cumming. If we can move on, we have a proposer and a seconder. Is everybody in favour of the recommendations as laid out?
Agreed.
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 Thank you very much. In which case we will go on to agenda item number 15, which is an update on the Hermitage Lane cycle facility, which is between Barming Railway Station and Maidstone Hospital, and a footway. The footway and cycleway within the White Post Fields development. This report will be introduced by Jamie Watson.
Hello, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, this is a report for information only and provides an update on progress being made to provide a cycle link from the A20 in Tunbridge and Malling along Hermitage Lane to the hospital. Funding has been provided via Section 106 agreement to provide a link between Barming Railway Station and the hospital. Designs have been completed and they're shown on the appendices to the report. The facility consists of a 2.5 metre wide contraflow footway cycleway on the east side of Hermitage Lane. In order to get the minimum width of a cycleway of 2.5 metres, the carriageway will need to be slightly narrowed, so we need to move the curb into the centre line, which therefore means we've got to alter the centre line, the white marking centre line. And we also need to implement a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit where the cycle follows the carriageway. As an update on this, at present the design is not affordable, and KCC is looking at possible additional funding streams or whether we can implement in phases. The funding available is, at the moment, Section 106 is 80,000, and the scheme's coming in at roughly 277,000, so we're quite way off and are needing to re-look at the design and possibly, say, implement in phases. The route from the A20 to Barming Station is to be provided by the developer of White Post Field, so that's a direct implementation by the developer rather than KCC. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Daly has a question on this.
Chairman, I have to say, I was fascinated to get the detail of how this Giddyhorn Lane to Hermitage Lane cycle lane was going to be provided. It ran to, I think, 6 pages of A4 of close typing. I've gone cross-eyed trying to read it. And there's only one thing that concerns me about it. I think I've heard it said that where the cycle lane comes away from the very western end of Giddyhorn Lane down to Hermitage Lane is a very steep slope. And I believe I've heard that there will be barriers put at the end of that cycle lane where it comes onto Hermitage Lane to prevent anybody who thinks it's funny to go downhill very fast, and probably do wheelies as well if I've seen some before, that they can actually be stopped before they get onto the Hermitage Lane. If that is so, then I'm delighted with what I see. Thank you. It's a long time coming and it's very welcome. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daly. I have Councillor Kimmons next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As local ward councillor for the borough, obviously I've had a look at all of the proposals there, and something that really concerns me is in the design. It's not compliant because the use of the cycle route by shared cycles and pedestrian doesn't meet the version of the current standards. The proposals show that in places the shared footway, cycleway, will be 1.6 metres wide, and this is 0.04 metres less than the absolute minimum of a two-way dedicated cycle route, with the lowest cycle flow rate that's measured on the lowest cycle flow rate. This is very dangerous because it's below the minimum width requirements for shared cycles and pedestrians. There were also issues with pinch points on the route, i.e. the junction by the entry to the station, junction with Chapelfield Way, passing 353 and 36 up to 361 Hermitage Lane, where generally it's not wide enough. I just want to get it right. I want everything to be right first time, so we don't have to revisit this at a later date, because obviously we've waited a long time for this. Everybody's in favour for it. It's a brilliant idea to be able to go from the hospital down to the station on a bike, or to walk it safely. So, you know, maybe there might be an idea to have a working group with the Cycle Forum, the hospital, the local councillors, and the county councillors to make sure that we do get this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kimmans. Jamie, do you have anything to add to that?
Yep, I'm more than happy to bring the councillors and interested parties together to go through the plans in detail. You're absolutely right, we do need to get it right first time. There are some substandard designs because we are stuck with the highway boundaries. We don't have the ability to take any more land, and there are pinch points. So there will certainly be an area, ideally we'd get 3 metres if not more, but we really are stuck with what we've got, and we're trying to make the best job of it. But absolutely happy to bring people together and go through the designs in detail.
Thank you very much, Jamie. I've got Councillor Cox next to speak.
Thank you very much. It does seem to be a point of clarification, really, my question. The officer mentioned that there is a need to take some of the highway to create a cycle path, and it needs to be 2.2 metres. Can you just confirm that's what you said? Just a yes, no?
No, not on that distance.
No.
We need to move the curbway into the carriageway, which reduces the existing carriageway width, and we need to move the centre line accordingly. So the carriageway will be narrower, but still wide enough to take two-way flow, including HGVs or traffic.
Well, we should be a politician. All I was asking was, are you saying that the cycle path, the legal size it needs to be is 2.2 metres wide?
No.
Okay. So that's what I thought you said. You did say. So why have we got to make the path bigger and take up the highway?
Okay. The absolute minimum is 2.5 metres for a shared surface. Ideally, we get 3. So where we need to widen the existing footway to provide a 2.5 metre wide carriageway, we need to take space from the existing carriageway.
Okay, but we haven't done this. This isn't sort of constant, because the active travel plan in King Street, I don't think they're 2.2 metres. Admittedly, they're not shared, but that's what I was trying to clear up. Why could we not? You're getting away with it in certain points, as Councillor Kimmans has pointed out. So is there not a way around this so that you don't have to spend this amount of money and take up the highway? Because chances are you're probably almost never going to find people are going to be sharing it as is thought out, and yet you're going to take up the highway that is used all the time. So that was my question, and can you clarify why that happens?
We need to provide a minimum standard, and the minimum standard is 3 metres. There's a substandard of 2.5 metres. That's the minimum that we can get. So if we were to take wider, we'd take more road space, and we can't go any narrower than a 2.5 metre wide footway cycleway.
So didn't Councillor Kimmans say that it went down to 0.8 of a metre?
No.
Okay, in which case I'm completely barking up the wrong cycle path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bird next.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think one of the problems that we all have is that we're all working from home, and whether we're looking at these plans on a computer or in printed version, they are incredibly difficult to follow because that is life. I mean, the size of the print is minuscule, and even with a magnifying glass, old eyes like mine are struggling. I am concerned. I mean, let's be clear. We all want this to happen because the notion of having a cycle route to Barming Station connecting not just Maidstone Hospital but all the residential housing in the area is very important, and it's a really valuable, or could be a really valuable amenity. But we can't compromise safety, and I think it's really important, particularly where you have the shared space with pedestrians and cyclists using the same space in a fairly confined space, that we have a proper safety assessment. So I echo Councillor Kimmins' suggestion that there should be a working group, but I think one of the first things the working group will need to see is a proper safety assessment of the proposed route, so that if there are any issues, we can get them addressed sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bird. And I have Mr. Daly next.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just querying in my own mind whether Jamie actually said anything about the barriers at the end of the slope. I don't remember having heard him say these are definitely going to be put in place to stop people running out into the road.
Chairman, yes, I believe that barriers are being put there, but I will confirm, and perhaps I can do that directly with Councillor Daly out of this meeting.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Therefore, if no one else wishes to speak, is that report noted, members?
Noted.
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 Yep. Perfect. Thank you very much. Next is item 16, which is the B2246, so Hermitage Lane, A26 Tunbridge Road project. And this report is going to be introduced by Benjamin Cudahy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Certainly can.
Good evening, everyone. As already introduced, I will be talking about the B2246 Hermitage Lane, A26 Tunbridge Road project. As most of you will be aware, this did previously come to the JTB, I think in June of last year. At that meeting, it was the options that we put forward, it was decided they were not good value for money. So we were tasked with going back to the working group and coming up with a new solution. The options that we went for previously are shown on page 2 in table 1. As you can see, there's quite an extensive list of options there. And there were some more that we were of a similar vein that didn't quite come out. So during this intervening period since last June, we have been meeting with KCC local members and Maidstone councillors alongside some KCC officers to produce a design which we think will tackle the congestion experience at this junction, which moves on to our current proposal, which is the dual roundabout scheme, which you can find in Appendix 1. This builds on an option scheme put forward by the developers at land at Fant Farm, which see a dual roundabout constructed at this junction instead of the current traffic signal operation. As part of this scheme, we will be requiring some land, which is shown in Appendix 2. It has come to my attention since I wrote this report that Appendix 2 is slightly confusing, and it may be construed that all the titles listed on within Appendix 2 we will need to purchase as third-party land. This is not the case. I'd like to stress that it's only the title highlights in paragraph 2.2, which is K299483, which the Taj Barming Indian restaurant currently resides upon. That is the only part of third-party land that will be required for the scheme. We have begun negotiations with the leaseholder of the Taj Barming and the freeholder of the property to see if we can agree voluntary negotiation. Anyway, but towards the scheme, actual proposals, the dual roundabout. So we'd have a main 3-arm roundabout, which would be situated at the existing junction, with a third arm acting as a sort of acting as a link road to the smaller roundabout, which would be located at Farley Lane, the A26 Tonbridge Road, and leading through towards Fountain Lane and the other side of the A26 Tonbridge Road. The smaller roundabout would not be a complete roundabout, as a sense that vehicles could not come from the west along heading eastbound, coming along the A26 Tonbridge Road and turn right into Farley Lane. They would have to go round the larger roundabout and then turn left into Farley Lane once they've gone round. So essentially performing a U-turn movement. Within the scheme, we'd also be looking at including some signalised pedestrian crossings on each of the arms. This is obviously an improvement, as currently there's no signalised crossing on the eastern arm of the A26 for traffic heading westbound towards Wateringbury and Tonbridge and Tunbridge Wells. We also looked at a further option which removed all these crossings, and whilst that did have benefits for the traffic flow, it wasn't an ideal situation for pedestrians, and we felt we could not justify making a worse environment for pedestrians by removing the pedestrian crossings. So essentially, if we look onto page 3 of your, which lists off the improvements offered, as you can see, the traffic would operate under largely a free flow conditions and be well below the degree of saturation, with 75% on all arms, which is obviously a marked improvement to what currently exists and what would be expected to exist in 2031 if we did nothing. All arms would have an excess of 100 car lengths queue and would be severely over capacity. So why we've put forward these options, we feel that it tackles congestion that's experienced now and in the future, and will have capacity past 2031, which is obviously a great improvement on what's existing. And also, as I mentioned before, the inclusion of pedestrian crossings would obviously improve that environment for those crossing, using it as a pedestrian sort of point of view. And also it's within an air quality management area, so by reducing congestion, we would naturally be reducing the nitrogen dioxide pollution. There are obviously some risks and a large cost associated with this option. Currently, there's a pot of just over 650,000 in Section 106 contributions, and the scheme that we're putting forward today is total at just shy of 3.2 million. So as you can see, that's a very large shortfall in funding. But if we actually want to tackle the issues experienced at this junction, we need to be looking at wider than just using the Section 106 funding pot. That's what we did previously, and we couldn't find a working solution that actually offers capacity benefits that are required here. To hopefully tackle this issue, we have, as KC officers, have put forward a funding bid to the local pinch point for 2.5 million, which would cover the gap between the scheme cost and the Section 106 funding we already have committed. And we're also looking at other options for attributing further Section 106 contributions to the scheme. As noted, there's obviously the element of buying the third-party land, which the Taj Barming currently resides on. We are trying to do that through voluntary purchase, but that obviously could end up going for a compulsory purchase order, which would obviously add quite a significant length of time onto the timescale of the project. Obviously, the cost that I have just outlined at 3.2 million is the initial cost. We will be doing some further design work to hopefully bring this down through value engineering, and obviously as more unknowns that the scheme currently put will come forward. These are obviously listed as there's a significant cost in paragraph 4.6 to the lowering of a BT open reach cable. We can obviously look at this going forward and hopefully find a way around this. So basically, we put this paper forward as a recommendation for the board to acknowledge where we currently are with the scheme and how it's evolved since we last brought it to JTB, and just almost seek your approval just to carry on investigating this option to see so that we can sort of carry on developing it and hopefully bring forward later on, eventually when we maybe have some funding or we've done some further investigatory work, so that we have a full scheme that can actually deliver on the benefits I've discussed and can hopefully tackle the congestion experience at this junction. I'm happy to take any questions you may have on the proposals, and I'll hand it back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that. I believe I have Rob Bird to speak first.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm very pleased to see this report coming to the JTB. It's certainly very welcome. This junction, of course, sits on the crossroads of some of the most important thoroughfares in West Maidstone. I was a little bit surprised at Mr. Cudahy's suggestion that do nothing, we're not, it could even be contemplated, because, I mean, frankly, if you ask any of the local residents or any of the people that use this junction on a regular basis, either in the morning, first thing in the morning or in the mid-afternoon, they will tell you the junction is already over capacity. But anyway, this is extremely welcome. We have, as you know, over many years, and I can go back almost 8 years on this, looked at various options for alleviating this junction. None of them have been at all satisfactory. I wouldn't say that this is perfect, but this is by far the best option that we have seen for some time. And I don't think that there's any, there's little prospect of coming up with anything better than this. So it's very important that it goes ahead as soon as possible. Clearly, funding is an issue, but if, given the traffic volumes that we see in this part of West Maidstone and the important connections between West Maidstone and Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells and so on. And also, I would stress the importance of alleviating congestion in other areas, such as the back roads of Fant and Farley Bridge, and the problems that we have with rat running. So I very much hope we get the pinch point funding so that this can proceed as well as possible, as soon as possible. I thank Mr. Cudahy for clarification on Appendix 2, because I had also had some inquiries on that, and I must admit the thought of land takes from all those other properties was really quite concerning, but that is not necessary. And I just hope that this will go ahead as soon as possible. Can I just ask, though, what the process will be for public consultation? Would there be any formal public consultation? Is that being proposed before this we take this the next step forward? Thank you.
Just to come in on that, Rob, just to answer your previous point about the why we're considering doing nothing, that was just sort of almost to highlight the issue experienced. I think on the public consultations front, we're almost waiting until we have funding almost guaranteed for the scheme or confirmed, because otherwise at the point there's no point of carrying out public consultation at the minute if you then have to end that saying we have a funding gap of 2.5 million. But once obviously we hopefully can get some funding from the local pinch point, then we would be looking to carry out public consultation on the scheme. And we could also obviously highlight the journey that we've come to get to this point, to sort of outline that we have obviously tried as many ways as possible to get a working solution to this junction, and we haven't just pulled something out of the hat, as it were.
Thank you very much for that. I have Mr. Daly next.
That's all been answered. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daly. In that case, I next have Councillor Kimmans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification to start. The local pinch point fund. Can you tell me what that is? Is that from the public purse?
That's a DFT-led funding grant. It's from the national government. It's for junctions that have been highlighted at being over capacity and at risk of high congestion, which obviously this junction clearly fits that criteria, which is why we have targeted the local pinch point fund.
Sorry, I'm still lost. Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, this is from the national government purse. Yeah.
So basically, it's from the public purse.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. On to my next thing then, because obviously in the budget there's £621,848. And you've estimated the cost of being £3,197,000, which is a difference of 2.575.152 million pounds, which you're looking for 2.5 million, which still obviously leaves a shortfall of £75,152. What concerns me more than anything is the amount of development that's actually gone on in Hermitage Lane, and there's still further development in Hermitage Lane. Surely before the developments have started, someone would have worked out how much was needed to mitigate this junction, because obviously this has been an AQMA and a problem for quite some time. That's why it's an AQMA and been an AQMA for quite a while, I do believe. But I've only been a councillor for just under 3 years. So in my life, in my time as a councillor, it has been. So surely the money should have come out of contributions from the developments, because it's the developers that are going to that are obviously should have paid towards this and paid for the junction, because it's going to mitigate all of their properties that they've built in Hermitage Lane. So, I'm just a little bit concerned that the public are going to have to pay for this. I mean, I want it to happen. Don't get me wrong. I do want it to happen, because I go across that junction 4 times a day, and that's on a normal day. So, I sit in that traffic. And one thing I will congratulate you with is, since they've put the crossing there, the traffic going towards that junction, not away from the junction. Away from the junction is a different story, but going towards that junction, going to the Tunbridge Road, is slightly better. So, I just have concerns. That's all about paying for it.
Just to come in on that, obviously the issue with the Section 106 is previously that from developments that have already gone in, we didn't have a working proposal, obviously, that was shown to offer enough benefits at this junction. So it's very difficult for those. It was very difficult at the time for Section 106s to be earmarked for this junction without a working scheme. So they've been put forward to other junctions, which obviously may or may not be the correct process to go through, but it's how it's been done, because we can't just hold up development until we find a working solution at here. So what we're doing in the time being now is looking for development that will be coming forward to try and pull in additional Section 106s from them. And there is the potential that some of the previous development that has gone forward that have already got Section 1 contributions within their Section 106 may be able to now be diverted to the junction now that we can demonstrate we have a working solution to the congestion.
Mr. Chairman, can I come back on that? Is that okay?
Please do.
So if we was to say then any further development that is going to be off of Hermitage Lane, then surely we should add it into the factor of mitigating that junction to try and get as much money towards this junction, so we don't have to take money out of the public purse.
Yeah, that is the option that we're looking at, is that any development coming forward will be, now that we have a solution that we can demonstrate that does provide a working benefit and is an improvement on what's going on, we can now look at anything that's coming forward. We can now say you must pay a contribution to this junction if you're going to put traffic through it. So going forward, as development comes forward, we will hopefully be able to get more Section 106s from those developments, if and when they do come forward.
Yeah. So all I'm saying to you is that there's a possibility there's going to be developments coming through in the very, very near future. So surely we should hit the ground running and make sure that them contributions are taken from or put into the planning applications for the 106s?
Yeah, well, we have shared obviously these designs with our team down in Ashford who does the development planning. They are aware of these proposals, and we are working closely with the planners on this point to obviously hopefully they can take this on board and we can divert, as you said, hit the ground running and send money. So they are aware of our proposals. So
can I come in on this point because it's actually rather pressing and very relevant, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. English.
There is an application going to Planning Committee next week, right, for a site off Hermitage Lane. There is, as far as I know, absolutely no request from Kent Highways for a Section 106 for this project. Is there any chance whatsoever of someone making such a request between now and next Thursday, or do I need to get the Planning Committee to refer the application? Because that is a missed opportunity, which is just going begging. And as far as I know, the applications on the Tunbridge and Malling side haven't received any requests either.
I mean, we can speak to our planning colleagues, but I must admit I'm not fully clued up on how
Well, I'm telling you, as chairman of the Borough Planning Committee, I've got a report going to committee for a site off Hermitage Lane, which you just said you'll be looking for a Section 106 for. There's no such request. Please, can your people actually get in contact with Maidstone Borough Council planners on applications and just ask for the money?
Can I just come in there, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Please do, Russ.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor English. I mean, if it is the one that I believe is the one that you're talking about, yeah. I've had literally had an email today at 5 minutes past 2 from our planning team requesting exactly what you've just asked for. So that detailed shortfall of the funding gap that Ben's just disclosed to you through the report is going to them, and they will be making representation for that to go into the section as a Section 106 contribution. So it is in hand and it is being dealt with.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Can you also look at the T&M ones that are coming forward on the same road, please?
Yeah, so the Tunbridge and Malling ones, obviously we've had in-depth discussions with them, especially the White Post Field site, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
And clearly we have an understanding with them that we can look to use some of their Section 106 monies for this particular junction if required. So that is an option that we are looking at.
Thank you very much, Russell. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russell.
Sorry, Chairman. Can I come in?
Yeah, of course you can, Rob.
Yeah. In the report on Old Gapple Lane, KC Highways have asked for a contribution from that scheme, but obviously it's proportional to that scheme, so it's not 2.5 million.
Well, no, I wasn't asking for that.
No, I realise that, but it is in the report, which is going to councillors.
That's not what I was told this afternoon, but there you go.
Well, I can only repeat myself. KCC have asked for that money, which, as I said, is proportional to that scheme, because all we can legally ask for is for the scheme to wash its own face, and as we understand, it does in highway terms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. If we can now move to, I believe now that everyone has requested to speak on this, has spoken. Does anyone else have anything to add before we move on? I take that as no. In that case, is this report noted?
Noted. Noted, Chairman.
Noted.
Thank you very much, folks. In that case, we move on. Yes.
Apologies for the interruption, if I may. It was just a quick consideration, and obviously the meeting started at 5, and I was wondering whether it would be beneficial just for the committee to have a short break.
I think that might be beneficial. I certainly would benefit from that as well. So perhaps if we could have a short break for 5 minutes and reconvene at 7:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is item number 17, which is verbal updates regarding the Maidstone Integrated Transport Package, which is going to be delivered by Russell Borman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, members of the Maidstone Joint Transportation Board. Firstly, I'd just like to apologise for the lack of progress on the Maidstone Integrated Transport Package. As you all know, there's been some work being carried out on what is the Emergency Active Travel Fund, which I will talk about shortly, and that has become my priority because I've been involved in that across the county, not only on the schemes in Maidstone. So firstly, apologise for the lack of progress, but I can give you an update on where we are in terms of the Maidstone Integrated Transport Package and obviously the next steps moving forward. We spoke about last time at the JTB about the recommendations within the report outlining what was based on the consultation responses, and also agreed at that JTB that we would take those recommendations to the Cabinet Member for Highways and Transportation as detailed to Councillor Clark earlier. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened as yet. That report is still yet to go to Mr. Payne for his approval. So currently I can't give a full recommendation from the proposals from him, but I will hope to come back either to the next JTB or indeed before the next JTB to those affected councillors and members on those particular schemes. What I can update you on is we discussed a number of concerns with the schemes that actually we've gone away and our consultant has addressed. So we are now in possession of some redesigned proposals, particularly for the Cripple Street and Borton Lane junction, where obviously the concern was raised about the close proximity of the carriageway to the small parade of shops there. We've actually managed to pull that back, so that's something that I can share with councillors outside of this meeting and ask for their feedback on those proposals. We've also made slight adjustments, as I think I discussed in the last JTB, to the Wheatsheaf junction to incorporate some extra capacity stacking within the centre for people coming from the 229 doing what is ultimately a U-turn and going back up the A274. So there has been work that's been carried out, as I say, unfortunately, and I apologise for this, that it hasn't been as far progressed as I would like it to be. The next stages of the actual proposals are as follows. We are due to take all of the proposals to the KCC Environment and Transportation Cabinet Committee, which is shortly, and they will outline the proposals that were within that document that was produced and reported on at the last JTB. Prior to going to the E&T Cabinet Committee, we will go to the Cabinet Member for Highways and Transportation and get his full either approval, sign off, or indeed to have a relook at the designs based on his feedback. If we're successful with getting his approval and sign off, obviously we will go to the E&T, where hopefully again we will be successful with getting approval for those particular schemes. Then we will be looking to commence the construction phase on a number of these schemes, predominantly starting with the Cold Harbour roundabout. That will be looking to commence early 2021. That will be a dual contract, which will contain the works for the A20 Hall Road scheme also, and the duration for that is approximately 18 to 24 months for completion of both schemes. We are also looking to commence the construction of the Lewes Road corridor, if obviously we get full sign off from E&T, and that would commence next summer. Now that allows us time to get in and do all the asbestos surveys and everything else that we need to on the Wheatsheaf Public House, which, as everyone knows, we've already as KCC have purchased. and then that will allow us to do a lot more engagement on that particular corridor of schemes moving forward with the local members, councillors and residents and businesses alike. The other one that I need to mention is the A20 Ashford Road at the junction with Willington Street near the Park and Ride. Clearly, as you heard me speak about earlier, the A249 has been slightly delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but that does start, as I said earlier, in November, and on-highway works will commence April, May of next year. So we are looking at the possibility of seeing if we can get the A20 Ashford Road junction with Willington Street in sooner than later, but we are still going to undertake the consultation, as we said we would, in terms of the relocation of the Ragstone wall. That planning application is going to be prepared and submitted to Maidstone Borough Council, and we will be working with Moat Park and Maidstone's environmental team to lessen any impact of the removal of the vegetation at the back of that Ragstone wall. The only one that perhaps is still unknown at this stage, and I think it's because we're at that point where we feel that we can't actually come up with any alternatives to what was produced last time, is the A274 Sutton Road / Willington Street Wallace Avenue junction, and as I say, that is still due to go back to or go to our Cabinet Member for Highways and Transportation for his either approval or relook at those designs. So once that's gone to him, obviously we can reconvene with the local county member for that area to discuss what the next stages are for that particular junction. So I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Chairman, and then obviously happy to take any questions that people may have.
Thank you very much, Russell, for that. First to ask you a question is Councillor Brindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Point of clarification, please. Can you confirm that you're planning to start the Knot Cuts road improvements in April, May 2021, and that you've just said that you're doing the A20 Willington Street at the same time? That might cause a few problems.
No, that's not what I said. Yes, the A249 improvements actually start in November, and we've got a lot of off highway work. So on highway, yes, absolutely, April, May next year. We've always intended not to do the A20 Ashford Road at the same time as the A249 for the reasons that you've just stated, that it may well cause a lot of congestion on that particular part of the network. So what we're looking at to seeing if there's an opportunity to get some road space in a time that there isn't any works on the network that would interrupt that particular junction. But if the A249 is going on, then absolutely the A20 will not be constructed at the same time.
So can I just come back then, please?
Yep.
So when you said you hope to start, because it's been delayed, Willington Street now, because it's been delayed because of COVID, you're hoping to start April or May. Is that the design work? Is that the behind the scenes work?
No. The delay for COVID was the A249 scheme. The A20 scheme itself has been fully designed. We have a design for that. We've consulted on that. And we will do further consultation as requested by Maidstone Borough Council following our Keep Maidstone Moving consultation on the relocation of the Ragstone wall and any associated removal of vegetation behind that wall. But as I say, that will not be constructed at the same time as the A249.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And next I have Councillor Springett.
Thank you. I'm back on my favourite topic. Russell will cry. signs to stop the rat running through Bearsted when you do the A249 work, or just after. Once the roadworks are done, people will soon work out that the queue is now moved from Knockcuts roundabout to the new cut A20 junction because of the junction at Willington Street, which backs up. So it won't take long for people to work out that they can just nip through Bearsted and avoid that queue. And you will know I've been, as I have been earlier, banging on about whatever signs we can do to try and reduce traffic and HGVs, but traffic in general through Bearsted. And I wonder whether, perchance, you had any news for me.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Springett. I mean, obviously we've had this discussion, you know, through the actual design stages of the A249 scheme, and clearly that has been not only yourself that has raised that concerns, but other councillors and indeed residents alike. So within the actual contract document, we have insisted that the supplier, when the contract is awarded, erects signage as such to not allow any of their own traffic through that part of the network, and will have designated routes for deliveries, etc., but also to try and encourage, and again, you know, it comes back to we can't enforce, but try and encourage people not to use that route. So what we're looking at doing is putting up temporary signage during the construction phase to try and discourage any HGV rat running through the local villages, but also as part of the overall signing strategy, as we've previously discussed, there will be additional signs erected as part of the A249 works moving forward, to try and stop any future vehicles utilising the routes that perhaps they shouldn't. But you know, as I think we've perhaps discussed in the earlier agenda items, that it's not always that straightforward by just putting up some signage. So we are trying to combat it as best we can by, you know, including signs as such within the signage strategy for the A249. But you know, it may be a bigger conversation needed with other areas moving forward.
Thank you, Russell. Otherwise, it will be me in a bright yellow jacket impersonating a highways official standing at the junction, waving them in the direction I want them to go.
No, and certainly we don't want that to be happening. So we will be implementing as many signs as we can during the construction phase, and as I say, it is incorporated within the signing strategy as a permanent solution moving forward. But you know, I can't guarantee that it will work, but we are trying our best.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you for the update.
I'm sure you would have missed out if I hadn't. The roundabout, I've got a picture in front of me now looking at the roundabout at Junction 5, which is known as Cold Harbour. You say in one of your reports that these trees are not in good condition. I don't know what really the condition they're in, other than the fact they bear leaves at the due season, and at the moment they're looking absolutely wonderful in their autumnal spread. I just hate to think you're taking these trees out because it suits you. But if you are going to, for any reason, I want them replaced, because these trees do a tremendous amount, as we know, in reducing pollution. But the ones that I'm looking at in your literature at the moment show them in various colours, and they look to me, I'm only just looking at what I can see, that they're in exceptionally good condition. So what the condition is that will make them need to be taken out, I've got the faintest idea, but I'm hoping you're going to give me a pretty good explanation of that. Then the next thing is, okay, you're going to do whatever it is, and you're still determined to take the traffic lights out. And I come back again to say, why do you think the traffic lights were put in the first place? Is because Maidstone was gridlocked morning, afternoon and night because they couldn't get out. The drivers that come around these roundabouts are blind when it comes to gaps. You can keep clear on the road, they don't see it. You put yellow boxes down and they don't see them. So the only other alternative is traffic lights. And I keep saying it, I know you're going to keep the provision in there, but you must have a sort of a niggling worry that I'm probably right, and you're going to do them in the end anyway. But then there's the next one, is the Hall Road roundabout. Forget the bottom of Hermitage Lane, that's got its own problems. But all these things are going to be replaced with roundabouts. Now, the Aylesford Retail Park, I sit and watch the work that junction, I think, is incredibly difficult, but it's worked perfectly well with the traffic light system it's got. Why on earth you'd want to scrap that to put a roundabout in there with no desire, well, you've got no idea of how it's going to work relative to the light system which is there now. And at the end of the day, we're going to have 3 or 4 roundabouts, one after the other, all the way from Poppy Fields, and then Cold Harbour, then the bottom end of Hermitage Lane, and then Aylesford Retail Park, all in a matter of about, well, less than half a mile. And I really don't think that this is going to be very good news. But Russell, I hope you've got your tissues at the moment, but believe you me, you'll be hearing some more if this doesn't work, because I've made so many noises about it up to now, and nobody's taking much notice as far as I can see. But please, these trees on that roundabout are fantastic as far as I can see at the moment, and doing a wonderful job in reducing the pollution that we're all on about. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. I certainly wouldn't profess to be an arboriculturalist, and clearly I have to rely on the expertise from someone who knows a lot more about these things than I. We commissioned a full arboricultural survey of those particular trees on that roundabout to understand if we could actually retain any or indeed move any as part of the actual scheme, because clearly none of us like to see trees being taken down just for the sake of it, and ultimately we want to try and retain if we can. The report has identified that to try and move such mature trees as they are on that particular roundabout, there's the potential for them actually not taken in their relocated positions, and therefore could cause a hazard and a risk for them then falling over in high winds, etc. And some of the others have been deemed to be beyond their expected life. So what we've proposed to do is obviously remove all the trees on that particular roundabout based on the report given to us by a professional arboriculturalist. We have looked at the replacing, and clearly what we want to do is try and replace more trees on that particular roundabout than are existing. And also we are looking to try and come up with a particular theme. So we've been working with the Royal British Legion and also Tunbridge and Malling councillors to actually come up with a proposal for that particular roundabout. What we're trying to achieve on there is actually 100 trees. Now it's not easy, and we are still trying to see how we can fit that many on that particular roundabout. But what we're trying to do is actually put it as a commemoration to the Royal British Legion and obviously the World Wars, in terms of 100 trees signifying the 100-year anniversary. So that's what we're trying to do, and hopefully that's what we will achieve. Royal British Legion didn't want any commemorative planting on there. What we are doing is on the Hall Road roundabout is putting a commemorative piece on there, but on the actual Cold Harbour roundabout they felt that it was prudent to actually just try and put like for like. So therefore, that's why we're trying to get the amount of trees that we are back in that roundabout. In terms of the traffic signals, again, as you're aware, the provision to retrofit them is there and can be incorporated moving forward. And the Hall Road roundabout actually does have traffic signals on them, but they will only be on demand because they will be pedestrianised signals for pedestrian crossings rather than controlling traffic. So I hope that answers your questions, Mr. Daly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russell. And next I have Councillor Kimmans to speak.
Yeah. I just wanted to reiterate what Councillor Daly said. I totally agree 100%. As a professional driver, I see the pitfalls of putting extra roundabouts in, the only thing I see is if you put an extra roundabout in, it reminds me of a song. Is it what the average white band? Let's go round again. So totally agree with what Councillor Daly said.
Thank you very much. In that case, I don't believe there is anyone else left to speak. So this is a verbal update, which was for noting. So is this report noted?
Noted, Chairman.
Noted.
Thank you very much, everybody. In that case, we move on to agenda item number 18, which is the verbal update on the progress of the Leeds Langley Relief Road, which will be held alongside agenda item number 21, which was the urgent update relating to the Leeds Langley Relief Road. Russell Borman, again, will be presenting this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully everyone on the JTB has received the emergency update that was forwarded out to you today. It's in relation to a letter that was actually sent between the two authorities outlining the current position between KCC and NBC, and I actually think this verbal update will be a very positive message between the two authorities. The letter itself was from our cabinet member, Michael Payne, to Councillor Cox, who's obviously on the JTB this evening. And really, the verbal update is just to kind of reiterate what the letter outlines and states. KCC currently will not progress this as a standalone project. However, in light of the Maidstone Borough Council's local plan review, and obviously until such times that is actually been reviewed and we know where that particular review is going, what we are looking to do is clearly openly work with Maidstone Borough Council on the production of a relief road when it is the right time to do so, and also work with the local developers when and where we can in terms of assisting and helping and developing any proposal for a relief road at the correct time. But just to reiterate, KCC won't be promoting this as a standalone project, but clearly what we will be doing is working with Maidstone Borough Council when required, when the time is right, and also any developers that are needed to be incorporated and included within those discussions moving forward to see the viability of a Leeds and Langley relief road, and also obviously any associated development / housing with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Russell. I appreciate that. First to speak, I believe, is Councillor Springett.
Sorry, me again. I'm obviously disappointed this is not being progressed as a standalone project. It's just been on the table for so many years, and despite the claims it will make a small improvement, I can tell you it will make a damn huge improvement, especially to Willington Street and Newcut Road and Junction 7. So I still want this as soon as possible. My main concern, I read the letter, and to me it felt a bit like it was kicking the can down the road. But my main concern is the sequencing. It's a bit like a chicken and egg. Have we got to allocate a certain number of houses before, or a certain number of housing sites before KCC go, oh, okay, that'll help, but we can have a relief road now? Because I can just see there being real problems with synchronising everything. The comment about if you want to completely fund it from developer contributions, we can do it quickly. We'll dream on. I think you'd be very lucky. We'd need a huge number of houses to completely fund it. So how are we going to handle the sequencing of how many houses are needed versus how much the government grant might be and when the government grant would be applied for? That's my concern. And I can see us ending up with the housing coming, and then oh no, sorry, you haven't got quite enough houses, you need another 500 just to get the relief road. And I'm just a bit concerned. It's a difficult logistical exercise.
Yeah, if I can just try and answer that, Councillor Springett. I mean, clearly we've never hidden behind the fact that actually to deliver a relief road, a number of houses would potentially need to be built to obviously attract the funding that it would need, not only from private development but also from central government, as you need to demonstrate, kind of match funding for that. So we've never hidden behind the fact that actually that would be the case, that housing would be needed. A standalone project itself, again, unless we've got match funding from a source outside of central government funding, would be very difficult to deliver this without any amount of housing. So I think that's where, as I said in the verbal update, it lies in it, not so much in the hands of Maidstone Borough Council, but until such times that we are fully versed of their plans moving forward from the local plan review, then clearly once that has been completed and announced, then obviously we can move forward with that. So that's kind of the sequencing that you're asking about. Once that has been agreed and approved and in the public domain, then obviously those discussions can carry on between the authorities and any developers moving forward, and then obviously we can look at any central government funding that may be at that time available for that.
I won't hold my breath for government funding. I'm just concerned that I think it's going to need a significant amount of housing in that Leeds area to justify it. If the Sutton Road housing couldn't justify it, well, God help us. So I just remain concerned.
Thank you very much, Councillor Springett. Next, I have Mr. Cook to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Some observations and some suggestions. I think I have for some time accepted, as I think most of us have, that the possibility of a standalone relief road, southeast Maidstone strategic link, Leeds Langley, whatever, it's had so many different names, so many different iterations over the 30 years that this has been banging backwards and forth since it was actually made as a promise to the residents of Leeds and Langley that there would be such a road, and here we are still waiting. Obviously, there was a plan to deliver the strategic link as part of a strategic urban Maidstone expansion and extension. And I sort of look at what Maidstone's maybe looking at in terms of the Leeds Langley corridor and what I've read thus far about potential for garden villages. And it seems to me that if this relief road is ever going to get built, waiting for KCC, waiting until the review of the local plan is done is doing exactly what Val Springett just said and kicking it down the road yet again. But I want to be positive about this because I look at Michael Payne's letter and I see a promise in there, not as a standalone, but very much a promise that if housing growth in the locality were to be a genuine and realistic proposition from your perspective as the local planning authority, we will be prepared to work with the developers to delivering the necessary highway infrastructure to serve it. Now, my understanding is that and maybe Rob Jarman might want to comment on this a little bit as well as when Russell comes back. But realistically, I think MBC needs a commitment from KCC that so as MBC has the confidence to know that there is a promise behind this, that the Highways Authority will respond and will deliver the infrastructure that it will have jointly, I hope, helped to identify as part of the local plan and the local plan revision. So when is the right time to do so is what were the exact words that Russell used. The right time to do so is now. The correct time to do so is now. We've done the work in terms of cost-benefit analysis, and it meets the government standard. So the opportunity to bid for government money with the support of local MPs and whoever else it takes is, I think, there. There will be a balancing act between developer contributions that is highlighted and that. And so there is a question, and Val made a really, really good point. It's a vital point, and it's one that needs to be addressed. You know, how much housing needs to go with this to make it a possibility, and how much of then is required from central government to support that. I hope we're not too late, but I would really like to see in some way, and I'm not quite sure how we do this, Chairman, maybe you could assist me. I would really like to see, in the way that some form of a record of decision, so it actually becomes KCC policy, with a record of decision that supports the promise that Michael Payne has made to and a route map whereby we could finally get to a point where actually we can collectively deliver something that was promised a long time ago, and that's a relief road down the Leeds-Langley corridor. I do finally, a final comment, Chairman, if I might. I think when we look at the traffic in and around Maidstone and the problems that we face, that a relief road, welcome though it will be, and I agree with Val, I think the benefits beyond Leeds and Langley are understated. I think there will be much. They will be much more than has been indicated thus far. But the relief road alone will not be sufficient to deal with all the congestion that we're facing, particularly when you start to look at the additional housing that's coming down the track. And I think what we need to do is work together to develop what other solutions will be required, and then start to develop that in a more timely way, so we can actually have plans in place that build on the future and allow us to have a proper and an appropriate say on that. I see this letter as something positive, but we need to work together to make it happen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, Gary. You were asking for a steer there. You'd like to see something more formal, I understand, from the cabinet member. Just to clarify, were you proposing that that as a motion, or was that what were you trying to achieve?
I was really asking. I mean, there is a letter here from the cabinet member for highways. It basically sets out what KCC is prepared to do in terms of supporting infrastructure development in relation to the housing that will come from the local plan. But to do one after the other is exactly as Val Springer has already indicated. We need to link the two together. And that's what hasn't happened in the past. And I'm concerned, like Val is, that the same is happening again. So I think there needs to be a more formal promise from KCC and along the lines of a cabinet member decision. And I'm not quite sure whether we as the JTB could ask the cabinet member to formalise this by way of a cabinet member decision. It could go back to the cabinet KCC and bring in the leader and other cabinet members. But I just think that it would be really helpful for Maidstone, Leeds, Langley and the surrounding areas if we could get this on a more formal basis and provide the confidence that maybe Maidstone needs to build this into the review of the local plan.
Right, thank you very much.
If I can move that as, I don't know how to word that as a motion, Chairman.
Okay. But if it can be worded, then yes, it can be. You can propose it as a motion for sure.
Yes, I will. Absolutely.
Okay, so what exactly are you trying to achieve, Gary? That this is a formal decision made by the cabinet member, or?
Yeah, I'd like to see a formalisation of the offer.
Okay, as in a cabinet member decision.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Fine. So, would an acceptable form of words be along the lines of the Maidstone JTB
acknowledges the letter of the cabinet member for highways to the leader of Maidstone Borough Council, and thanks him for the details of that letter, and would ask that he formalises those proposals by way of a cabinet member decision.
Right, perfect. Have you got that, Olivia?
I do, Chairman.
Right, that's absolutely perfect. So just to confirm, Gary, that you have now proposed that as a motion.
Yeah.
That will need a seconder. If I can just,
I will second that.
Thank you very much. Was that? Thank you very much.
English.
Councillor English, seconded by Councillor English. Now,
thank you, Clive.
Olivia, if I can just be spot on correct here. If I understand that we continue to debate until such a point that we can vote on this, or do we need to vote on this immediately?
Yeah, Chairman, it would probably be best to continue the debate as at the moment and then vote on it later on.
Yeah, that is exactly what I propose. Now, I do notice that Phil Coyne has asked to speak. If I can take him ahead of the other members, that would be very useful.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add in a way to what Councillor Cook has said, I think that was very helpful. Members may know that there were a number of sites submitted on the corridor as part of the Maidstone local plan review call for sites. They didn't progress as a garden community, primarily because the developers were just not confident that they would get the support around infrastructure. And obviously, as the promoters, the agents, it costs them an awful lot of money to develop these projects. Now, notwithstanding that, we are continuing to work with them, and myself and Brendan Wright from KCC are meeting the developers tomorrow. And in that respect, as Councillor Cook said, that the letter is very helpful, but I think clearly it's not as concrete as a firm resolution. Hopefully that will help us tomorrow to start to move the developers forward to the next phase, to start spending some money on looking at exactly how many houses they can they can deliver on the corridor, what the phasing would be, etc. How we can build in all the things like employment, land, and retail and local centres and open space and all of that. But absolutely, if it were the firmer the commitment, then the more confidence those developers will have to start spending that money. I think the big fear that we have on the Maidstone side, we're not on the timescale issue that we talked about. We probably won't in reality get to deliver in the current plan. Maybe at the very end of it, we're probably looking at the next plan period. But as a lot of members will know, Maidstone at some point is going to get a very significant hike in its housing figures under the revisions to the standard methodology. And the big danger is, as that housing agenda sort of gathers momentum, is that the promoters in the area actually start to try to develop their sites independently. And that will lose us the ability, because when they develop independently, they'll put just enough infrastructure in to support their own individual developments. And once one or two, it doesn't mean that we support them things. We may all oppose them, and they may go through as a result of an inspector's decision at appeal. But we can very quickly lose an opportunity if we don't all work together very quickly. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I also noticed that Rob Jarman indicated to speak on that.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As Councillor Cook alluded to, we've got a policy in our current local plan, it's only 3 years old, which, amongst other things, mentions the delivery of the Leeds Langley Relief Road. And as Councillor Spring had said, it's all about the sequencing. The actual wording of the criterion states that a case needs to be made first. So what does that look like? First and foremost, and Councillor Cook again referenced this, there needs to be a strategic case put forward. And from what I can gather, KCC have put forward a strategic case now, i.e. that it doesn't just have a localised impact, it has an impact beyond the villages of Leeds and Langley. But it appears from the letter that this work has been undertaken. And secondly, as Councillor Cook said, the second thing is it needs to stack up in terms of a cost-benefit analysis, not just binary, how much does it cost, but the environmental costs as well. But presumably on the back of the strategic case, the benefits have outweighed the environmental costs. And then thirdly, the last bit of the sequencing is paying for it all. Yes, it is X amount of houses equals X amount of funding, if those first two stages are passed, which I'm assuming they have been. But within that, how much money is required from housing, we can, as a local authority, we can prioritise the delivery of the Leeds Langley Relief Road and perhaps take lesser on other bits of infrastructure than we normally do. So that's the clear sequence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Rob. I believe that next is Councillor Tom Sanhams to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was contacted by Steve Mumford for Baltimore, Chelsea and Charter Sutton Ward this afternoon, and he just sent me an email which he'd like to read out. Tom, I see that you're discussing the Leeds Langley Relief Road on the JTB tonight. I have questions regarding the letter which has been sent and distributed. 1. Has modelling been completed that show benefit impact on both the local road network and the overall road network? Without establishing this, how can KCC Highways hand this project over to MBC? 2. Has a cabinet decision been made by KCC to pursue the path of action? And 3. Is this just KCC Highways abdicating their responsibility and authority of a difficult decision over to MBC, without first fully investigating the project. I suppose just a very brief comment after sitting for 3.25 hours. I suppose that can kicking on long grass come to mind, but we want this firmed up and a conclusion to come to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sams. Russell, do you have any answers to a couple of those questions arising there?
Yeah, absolutely. So in response to the first point raised there in terms of impact and modelling and etc. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had an extremely large traffic survey carried out in Leeds, Langley, surrounding areas going down the A274. And it was an extensive survey carried out, which has led into all of the modelling work that has been carried out to identify the actual benefits of a Leeds and Langley relief road, and also the impact of that relief road on any of the surrounding areas and indeed surrounding roads. So all of that work has been carried out, and which has produced the report that is currently with KCC, and also demonstrates the benefit cost ratio that Mr. Cook spoke about earlier, that if we were to put this to central government for a bidding round, it would be looked upon favourably, because the benefit cost ratio is such that it demonstrates good value for money. So that has been carried out and forms part of the report that KCC has. In terms of us kind of moving the problem over, I certainly don't see that as the case. Clearly, the letter states that we are absolutely willing to work with MBC and have been even prior to this evening for many months working upon this, and not only myself but colleagues in planning and higher senior officers have been meeting to discuss discuss this. So it's certainly not KCC passing the buck to MBC. Absolutely, we want to work together to come up with a solution that's fit for purpose and fit for all.
Thank you very much for that, Russell. Next to speak, I have Councillor Cumming.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Well, I'll just say I agree with Councillor Bell Springett and Councillor Gary Cook in what they said earlier, except for the fact I'd take Mr. Borman to task over his phrase "at the correct time," looking to the future. That was 35 years ago, and the need has been steadily increasing since then. If we put housing before the road, this means that the route gets more difficult, as housing sites will probably then be in the way. That's all I've got to say, but I hope it comes to pass very soon.
Thank you very much. Next I have Mr. Chittenden.
Thank you, Chairman. The more I hear of this, I get more frustrated and frustrated, because we've been hearing all about the work here, and we've just come out about this full report. I've been aware of a full report, but the only information that 99% of the people on this committee have got is a very, very brief report, perhaps 5 minutes, given by Mr. Russell last time round. We don't actually know what that report says. I've got Gary saying that the benefit is understated. I've got Mr. Russell saying the cost value benefit is going to be okay. But I've spent the last 2 months asking officers, directors, and finally the legal Ben Watts, who actually runs KCC at the moment, because he's the most senior person in place and has the authority. I have been promised 6 times for a copy of that report, and I have not got it. So I feel very frustrated about the whole thing. It seems to me there's discussions behind the scene. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 people who have seen them, but there's discussions going on, and none of us really know what the result of that investigation is. So how can we make any form of decision unless we know it? What really worries me, and we talk about the local plan is going forward, and it's got to go forward faster. And I know that's what the Borough Council have been looking to try and do, because we've got to get certain bits in place before the government jump in with the next request, which is going to be an additional 40% on the 40%. Because if they get in first, what's going to happen? The current local plan review will go in they'll have to start again, and that's another few £1 million and another few years before it ever gets anywhere. So the current one, in theory, should go through and continue. But to try and take on board the sort of thing that we're requesting now, or suggesting for this current review, I think it must be almost impossible unless we stop and start again. But doesn't mean it can't go to the next review if some agreement is reached, and I hope it is. And one of the main reasons I hope it's reached is because I felt sorry for Leeds, with the village that have people driving through. It needs a bypass, if nothing absolutely else. The last thing that really worries me is to talk about the money. Oh, let's talk with the developers. We'll try and get it, see if we can get. How much have the developers got to provide? 50% of the money? £80 million, which is what it's going to cost at today's rate, and this will probably be 5 to 10 years away before it's being built. It's going to take, at £3,000 a head, which I think is what we're charging at the moment on others, 27,000 houses. Half that, and that we're going to have to find an extra 13,500 houses. It would certainly take away the worry from every other area, but you've got the environment to worry about, you've got the existing residents to worry about. So I have to question where that balance is. And at the moment, I can't see it. So we have no information. I can't see the balance. So I just can't see how we can go ahead with a motion that really we haven't got information to base it off. Normally when we're going for a motion, we have a report and we have the information. We don't have the information here. Please, County Council, give us all the information and then start the discussions with Maidstone Borough. We can all be happy that we know what's going on. And I'm sure Maidstone Borough have already said, as Rob has said, and I'm sure Martin Cox will say, and I'm sure others will say, that they're willing to talk. Let's talk, I agree. But please, stop hiding the information. Give it out. Tell us what's going on. Then we can help to make that decision, to make what's needed for Maidstone happen. But at the moment, I don't think it's going anywhere. And that letter, I don't know, tell me, somebody else can tell me what that letter's about. Thanks very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chinden. I've got Councillor Cox next.
I was wondering if we were going to have another call from officers, but anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Many members on this meeting are saying individually things that have been there for an awful long time. I believe we could actually trace this back to when my grandfather was on the council back in the 60s, because I'm sure they had aspirations then. Councillor Cook has said that the Leeds Langley Relief Road will not be enough. I absolutely agree. It has to be part of the whole strategy for Maidstone. However, yes, we are in the middle of our local plan review, and we were asked at the last local plan by the inspector to look at the Leeds Langley Relief Road, or whatever it was called then, and look at it and see whether it will deliver what is needed for that side, the southeast of Maidstone. I have said all along, I don't think I've really ever changed my tune, that show me where it's going to be, show me what it's going to do to the countryside and the beautiful parts of that area of our borough. Show me what it's going to cost. What it's going to deliver is very important. Will it mitigate everything that it says it will? Remember, what plans we are looking at is a single track road, not a dual carriageway, just a single one runway, one the other road. And I don't think that that potentially will be enough, because if we look at the Hermitage Lane, that has been made as wide as it can be. We've just heard about cycle paths and etc. We know that has been made as good as it can, and yet it is still showing that if you deliver that sort of road, you have large amounts of housing coming around it. And indeed, as everybody's worked out, I'm not sure where Councillor Chittenden's getting his slider all from, but if we were being a little bit more conservative, we might say that this could need, if we ring-fenced all community infrastructure levy from there and spent it, as we've heard, officers have said, if we spent nothing else on any other infrastructure, we could provide an 80 to 90 million pound road from somewhere along off the Sutton Road, heading down towards Junction 8. Now, I would be there with a spade, I'm sure, with Gary Cook, if this all weighed up. But where we are in the local plan now, and looking at the information that we have seen from the modelling, yes, I have got a letter after asking for it from Councillor Payne, who is the lead on that responsibility. But you, as this board, are asking for them to ratify it and make it from the whole of the cabinet. If you think that's going to work, then we will carry on and we will ask for that and it will come back. But we have to do what the officers are saying. We will not be able to get all the landowners and the agents responsible for that area. And if we remember, around 7,000 to 8,000 units came forward in our call for sites in that area. But it is a patchwork quilt of developers and agents and landowners, and that takes time. We can't rush this. As Councillor Cummings said, you could build all the houses and then not know where to put the road. We know where. There are 3 options. We've looked at them. And I think we need to see the evidence. We need to know we could get it paid for. Because if you look at the LEP money that's been going around Kent, you look at various other areas that have asked for 15 million, 8 million, 11 million. They have to assure that that project is going to happen. You get a finite time to ask for it and to use it and deliver it. There are many, many hurdles before us. I do not want to say no, but I want to say I need hard, firm evidence to enable my officers to deliver our local plan if we're going to try and change it. And at this point, I don't think we should. We've heard that it may well help us at the end of this local plan, and we look at it as another extension, especially if the new government figure actually drops. And we go not from 883 houses a year, not for 1,214 houses a year, this current local plan review we're looking at, but to nearly 1,600. And that is where we may have to call on many other sites around Maidstone if that figure drops on us, or rather when. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. I have Councillor English to speak next.
Thank you. I understand and I agree with most of what Councillor Chittenden and Councillor Cox have said. And that's precisely why I think we need to actually get something more formal, because we've been going around this circle and talking about this, as Martin said, probably since before his grandfather's time. Certainly a very, very long time. Unless there is some sort of formal process in which KCC put forward an actual proposition, whether it's directly to the council or to the local planning inquiry, this is going nowhere, because we have to have some sort of formal proposition on the table with many of the things that Councillor Chittenden and Councillor Cox have rightly referred to, before it can go anywhere, whether it's in this local plan or the next one. We really have got to nail down some of these things, because without it we can't judge whether there's too much environmental impact or whether there's too much or too little housing or whatever. At the moment, we don't have that. We need the information. We need some sort of formal proposition with, as Councillor Chittenden said, all the accompanying documentation. And we're not going to get that from just replying to a letter. We need to put something more formal on the papers, which is why I supported Councillor Cook's original proposition. And I'm sure he's have something to add.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor English. If I can see you wanted to speak, Gary, but if I can come back to you after I've invited other people to speak first. So next is Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I'm wondering, with all the time that we've taken, I've been on this board, I think, since 2013, and I just wonder what we're going to get out of this. I'm not saying we shouldn't go back and we shouldn't ask, but do we really need a proposition for this? Can this not just be something that we agree to go back to the member and get it on the work programme? We've had so much debate about it. I'm not sure whether we've really got the value out of the debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Mr. Hodson next.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I couldn't agree more with Councillor Chittenden and the leader of Maidstone Council. I've not seen any detailed plans for this. I've not seen any detailed costings for this. I've not seen any plans for ancillary roadworks, which will be required for safety reasons on roads leading to and from the possible new road. So I wouldn't vote for asking for this to be formalised until I have more detailed information. I would just like to draw members' attention that the leader in his post tomorrow, and I'm talking about the leader of Maidstone Council, will have an invite from the leader of Kent County Council to discuss before November, when Kent leaders meet to discuss more fully the Kent and Medway infrastructure proposition. Now, I've met with Martin several times this year with the leader of Kent County Council on all sorts of matters, one of which has been the Kent and Medway infrastructure proposition, which is a government enticement for local authorities to take more housing for infrastructure. East Kent, almost all 5 authorities in East Kent would jump at putting in a bid tomorrow. West Kent, Martin and other leaders are hesitant because their fear has been that if they agree infrastructure proposals, then they will have to take more housing. So he is not alone in that mindset. However, having been involved in this for some little while, although I wait to see the November paper, which will go to all Kent leaders, I actually believe now there is an opportunity for West Kent authorities to put in bids for infrastructure based on current figures in their local plan or their review. And I'm hoping that discussions with Martin and other leaders will not make them change their mind, but give them some hope that their concerns can be very clearly portrayed in any response to the government. So I wouldn't think it's a worthwhile exercise, perhaps as Mr. Clark just said, to write requesting this to be formalised. I certainly would need more information on cost. I believe it will cost a lot more than £80 million. I'm not sure that government for the next 5 years will put this on their hit list, but I hope if the Kent and Medway infrastructure proposition goes forward, where Oxfordshire County Council got £350 million for infrastructure 2 years ago, that if the 5 or 6 projects which have been put forward by East Kent can be added to by perhaps a Maidstone putting in this particular project, then that could alleviate some of the costs. But that's where I'm coming from, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chittenden. Sorry, not Mr. Chisholm, Mr. Hodson. I just have Gary Cook left to speak, and then I intend to put this to a vote, and hopefully we can move on. So, Gary.
Chairman, the intention of this motion is exactly as Clyde English understood it to be. We have been kicking this around in a way that in the past each authority has been pointing the finger at the other one. And it seems to me that we have had something of a chicken and an egg scenario, and the type of comments that I've just listened to from my colleague and friend Mr. Hodson about an infrastructure plan that, as the county member for Maidstone South East, I know nothing about, but I do know a little about the proposal of a Leeds Langley Relief Road. I also know that the type of comments about, no, we don't want to formalise this, we can't do that, and we'll put this in later, was exactly the reasons that it didn't end up in the first iteration of the local plan. What we need to do is to have something formalised that does not commit us to a relief road, but does commit us to provide the extra work and have the confidence to have those conversations with the patchwork quilt that Martin Cox referred to earlier. Without that, we are going to end up with all the houses again and none of the infrastructure or new road networks to cater for the additional cars that will be generated. In terms of the cost-benefit analysis, that work has already been done. The data from that has been shared with Maidstone Borough Council. I was assured that because I asked the question at a full council meeting of KCC, and that had all the information that was necessary to share with MBC for a Leeds Langley Relief Road being shared, and the cabinet member said yes. So this is an opportunity, and I'm urging the JTB not to say we're going to build a relief road without the necessary information, but to work together with other people to actually justify a decision that then comes later. But in the meantime, there is a more formalised agreement to do that work and to develop the concepts. So I absolutely move the motion, Chairman, and I hope the JTB will see the wisdom of supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Cook. So no one else has indicated they wish to speak. So therefore, Livia, if we could go around and do the voting, please.
Of course, Chairman.
Confirm the motion which we are voting on.
Yes, of course, I'll confirm that first. So the motion that I've got is that the Joint Transportation Board acknowledges the letter from the Cabinet member to the leader of Maidstone Borough Council and thanks him for the details provided, and that the proposals within be formalised by way of a Cabinet member decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to, as some members have left the meeting, I'll be taking the vote by the members that are still here. If I haven't missed anyone, please let me know. So Councillor Baird.
Abstain.
Councillor Brindle.
Abstain.
Councillor Chittenden.
Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
Abstain.
Councillor Cook.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cox.
For.
Councillor Cumming.
For.
Councillor Daly.
Abstain.
Councillor English.
For.
Councillor Hinder.
For.
Councillor Hodson.
Against.
Councillor Kimmins.
For.
And Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson is showing us on the call, if you can hear us. In that case, Chairman, that is 7 for, 1 against, 5 abstentions, so that is carried.
Thank you very much, Olivia, and thank you very much, everybody. In that case, also we need to note the report that was given by Russell Borman. So is that report noted?
Noted.
Noted,
Chairman.
Thank you very much. And finally, agenda item number 19, which will be delivered by Russell Borman, which is the update on the active travel schemes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try and be brief because I'm very aware of the time and how long this meeting's gone on. As everyone is aware, the Emergency Active Travel Fund was announced by the Secretary of State for Transportation, for Transport, back in May. Since that time, Kent County Council put in a successful bid for the award of what is known as Tranche 1 for £1.6 million worth of funding to deliver emergency active travel fund schemes across the county, which look to encourage social distancing, cycling, walking, etc. There was a number of bullet points that government aimed this funding for. Following some discussion with the leaders of Kent, and predominantly we're talking about the Maidstone schemes now, we looked at some options for Maidstone, and working with NBC themselves, came up with 2 proposals for the town. One being King Street, Maidstone, for a pop-up cycle route, and the other Earl Street in Maidstone to encourage social distancing within that particular area by encouraging or increasing the pedestrianised zone from Fremlin's Walk. We had a very limited amount of time to deliver these schemes. Upon award of the funding, we had to commence with the first scheme within 4 weeks, and then we had 8 weeks to actually deliver all of the schemes. Now, I'm certainly not going to sit here this evening and say that these are perfect schemes. They're not, and we absolutely understand that. What I will say is the schemes have now been put in and have been operational for a number of weeks now. And we continue to work with Maidstone Borough, businesses, transport operators and residents alike to fine-tune those measures that we've put in place to try and improve them moving forward. I will also point out that they are of a temporary nature. They are not a permanent solution currently, although Maidstone Borough and some of the local councillors have indicated that they would like to see King Street in more of a permanent solution, and clearly that's something that KCC has taken on board and will be looking at in the future. We are aware of some comments regarding disabled parking on both schemes, and I can update all members this evening that as of next week, additional disability parking will be included on the King Street scheme and indeed on the L Street scheme. We are also looking to reduce the size of one of the seating areas within L Street to incorporate the loading area that was a concern of one of the businesses in that particular road. One of the other questions that is asked, and obviously a member of the public asked earlier, is around the evidence base for either keeping these schemes or indeed removing them moving forward. So both of these schemes will have evidence-based surveys carried out. What we're actually looking at doing is getting people asking questions to the public in those particular areas to see if they understand the measures, if they agree with the measures, if they would like to see alterations to those measures. And we're also going to be undertaking some usage surveys to see how many cyclists are using it and how the social distancing measures are being adhered to within Earl Street. That will be collated and will be looked at in December of this year. We're also aware that there's a rejuvenation of the bus station in King Street, and we're working closely with Maidstone Borough Council if indeed the King Street measure is to stay in place until next February, how we can accommodate that rejuvenation and obviously work towards either the partial removal and then re-implementation, or indeed how we can mitigate any impact of that works. So just to reiterate, these are of a temporary nature. We are making adjustments to them on a regular basis. There's an active travel inbox that all of the comments are going to. That's being assessed on a daily basis. Any of the comments in relation to the King Street or Earl Street measure are coming back to myself, and we are looking at those and acting on them as we feel necessary moving forward. So I'll finish there, Chairman. I see there's a number of people that wish to ask questions, so happy to answer them if I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologise. I'm not sure if Clive English
Yes,
wanted
it
to speak
was
on the last item or on this one.
No, it was this one as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As people will probably know, both of these schemes are in my ward. So I'm doubly, blessed. I've got both. May I just say that Russell has answered some of the issues that I was going to raise, and I thank him for that, because as Councillor Chittenden will know, we had quite a productive meeting with him a fortnight ago, and I was actually going to ask when the measures we discussed, including the additional disabled parking spaces, would be coming forward. So he's answered that question. And there were one or two other issues that we've discussed then, and I would hope that he's going to confirm that those issues are being brought forward roughly at the same time. That's in relation to Keene Street, I hasten to add. I would just say that I think the Keene Street scheme potentially can be turned into a successful scheme, but it does need a lot of work, and I would hope that I understand why it was difficult in the first place, but I think we need a commitment that the borough ward members and the county councillors, because actually it's quite unusual here because it's right on the junction of North East Division and Maidstone Central Division, so it covers both divisions, will be involved with taking this forward, because we need to have a scheme that produces good results, but also has public buy-in, or at least a majority of the public supporting it, because otherwise, it's just not going to work. With Earl Street, I think, there are issues there, but I think, again, if we work together and talk to each other and keep each other informed, which should be easier going forward, we can resolve these, but and end up with a solution that suits most people at least. And we do need to be aware that we can't just take away disabled spaces and not replace them, but that does seem to be being partially addressed. So what I'm really looking for is a process that takes us forward, rather like the last debate really, and actually involves the relevant stakeholders. And the last stakeholder here that really does need to be involved is one Maidstone, which represents the majority of town centre businesses. So in any working group going forward, they really do need to be included. Sorry, that was more of a lecture than a question. I do apologise, Russell, but I do welcome some of what you've said.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor English. Yeah, and just to reiterate, and I think this is actually an easier one to answer than perhaps the last agenda item. Clearly, we as KCC are aware of the perhaps lack of communication and engagement that has been carried out in turn in terms of the delivery of the Emergency Active Travel Fund, and clearly it's not something that we are used to doing and not engaging with the relevant stakeholders moving forward. Clearly, if it is the wish, and I think talking to yourself and Ian and NBC, the wish to try and progress this into a more permanent solution, now whether that be King Street and or L Street as well. Actually, it's a lot simpler process. The process will be, the plans will be drawn up, a working group will be put together, consultation will be undertaken, there will be engagement sessions with all the relevant stakeholders, people will have the opportunity to have their say, things will be adjusted accordingly, and it will be in the same way that we do any other scheme. It's just, and this is not an excuse, but it is just the lack of time that we had to deliver these particular schemes that perhaps you haven't been involved as much as you or we would have liked to have. But absolutely, if a more permanent solution is requested, then that engagement and consultation will be carried out at the same level as any other KCC scheme put on the highway.
I actually think we need to do slightly better than that, but I take your point, Russell.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Rob Berg now, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, firstly, yes, I would recognise that the timescales that were imposed on KCC were extraordinarily difficult, and I understand why consultation was therefore very limited. That being said, I'm disappointed by the quality of communication with local stakeholders, and even now there are issues when people write letters to the active travel and they get a bog standard, almost computer generated letter in return, and its final it says, look at the frequently asked questions section here, and then it finishes off saying, please do not write to us again on this matter. That is not helpful, and that is not how we should be dealing with clients and customers. I fully welcome the Russell's announcement about the disabled parking, because that has obviously been the most critical issue that has been coming into my inbox. I just want to express one major disappointment. Why did we go ahead with these two schemes? I mean, back in May, eating out in Earl Street was a great idea. Even in June, it was a great idea. But implementing a scheme in September, with the best will in the world, and we want to help our hospitality businesses, there are not going to be very many days when people, even with puffer jackets and raincoats and everything else, are going to want to eat outside in Earl Street. So I don't understand that scheme. And equally, we all support better cycling provision in Maidstone, and we need it, and it's incredibly important. But at the moment, I am not seeing, the 2 or 3 times I have been to King Street, I am not seeing the evidence that cyclists are making use of the new cycle lanes. So coming back to the question that we had, 3 3/4 hours ago from Mr. Webb, we do need genuine evidence that these schemes are bringing a benefit to the local community, and we need to be very rigorous in assessing that evidence, because at the moment the jury is out, and I, for one, am not convinced that the benefits outweigh the significant disadvantages for some of our disabled community, our local residents, and other local stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Bird. And next I have Gary Cook. Can I ask, we are starting to crack on really with time now, so can we try and keep our questions very relevant and as concise as possible, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I won't repeat what some of the things that Clive English has said, because I actually agree with him, and I also agree with some of the things that Rob Bird has said. I think Rob and I both know, though, as county councillors, this was not just a scheme in Maidstone; it was a county-wide scheme. And I think what we do need to recognise, albeit as the Maidstone JTB, is that actually a good number of these schemes have been well received, well implemented, and are really a great benefit. Unfortunately, because of the timescales, it hasn't quite worked out the way I think a lot of us would have liked it to have done on some of the schemes, and particularly the ones that have been mentioned in Maidstone. And I agree with everything that's been said in relation to those. The key thing here has got to be getting our consultation right, so we don't have to pop down the things that we've just popped up. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, Gary. And next I have Councillor Kimmans.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I'm going to represent the cab drivers there, because it was implicated, and they were going to be moved from their taxi rank in King Street round to Church Street, going from a 6-rank taxi rank to a 3-bay taxi rank on the opposite side of the road, so they couldn't actually load their wheelchairs on the right side of the road from the path. They would have actually had to load them from the road. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We stopped that from happening, but then there was the chevrons put into the middle part of the road, which I was promised that they were going to be removed, but they are still there, causing a problem where the taxis lay over in King Street, and where the buses come through, they have to sort of do like a chicane to come back. So I'm just wondering whether we could accelerate the removal of them, because I was told that chevron part on the middle of the road there was going to be removed, and it's still there up until today anyway. So it really needs to be addressed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Councillor Kimmins. We did discuss that, and we did agree that would come out once they'd finished the remainder of King Street. And if that hasn't happened, then as we've got a lining crew going back next week, I will get that altered and adjusted for you. So if you can just bear with me until next week now. I know that's doesn't help the situation in the interim period, but I wasn't aware that it hadn't been carried out. So thank you for identifying that, and I will get that sorted for you.
Thank you so much, Russell. I will pass that on to the Taxi Association. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next I've got Councillor Spring.
Thank you. I don't think I've seen a bicycle in the King Street ones. I don't support them, but I have been told by a resident that when you alight from the park and ride bus, you alight straight into the new cycle lane. So A, there's now a bigger height difference because you're not alighting onto this slightly raised pavement, and B, people are getting off the bus not expecting to have to look left or right for a cyclist. So I just wanted to flag that up because I don't know if anybody else has raised it.
Thank you, Councillor Spring. Yep, absolutely. We're on top of that, and that was something that I've already discussed with Councillor English and Councillor Chittenden. What we're looking at doing is increasing the size of the landing area, if you like, when people alight or board the bus to a much more suitable size, so they can get off the bus safely, wait for when it's safe to cross the bus bypass, and then make their way onto the footway and carry on their business. So it has been identified, it has been redrawn in terms of a larger area, and that's something that's going to be put in place.
Can I just quickly come back? If you're putting get off the bus, then you cross a cycle lane, I think you need some pretty good signs. You need some cyclist give way signs or something because I actually think that's an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, so these bus bypasses are predominantly used in London. It's actually the first time that they've been utilised in Kent. So there is guidance for the use of them, which obviously we're trying to utilise and adhere to. Clearly, there is some constraints within King Street that, as we've discussed earlier, if this were to be put in as a more permanent solution, then obviously we would be looking to stick quite stringently to those guidelines. And part of that is, as you say, some wording on the actual crossing area, if you like, to say look left, look right, as you see in London, and that's what we will be looking to implement on those areas.
Thank you very much, Russell. Next, I've got Councillor Cox.
I don't have any shares in any signage or white lining companies, but I just wanted to point out and raise that I too have had people, disabled badge holders, speaking to me about the Union Street, no, wrong one, Earl Street, the Earl Street plans, and I have asked them to make representation through the appropriate channels, and I would hope they would. So we are really saying that the consultation is being done in reverse order. Did I clearly hear you say that it is temporary and we have a length of time that it's temporary for, subject to the consultation being approved? Is that correct?
So all of the emergency active travel fund schemes are temporary in nature. That is correct. There was no set guidance by the government when they announced this particular funding in how long temporary actually is, which is why as KCC we've taken the decision to undertake all the attitudinal surveys and the usage surveys at this kind of fairly early stage within the process, and to understand how well they are performing. So not just King Street and L Street, but obviously all of the others that have been put in across the county. So come December we will have a better understanding on whether that temporary measure should stay in as a temporary measure and continue to be monitored moving forward into the new year. So there's no set period for it to be in there, but quite clearly, as you say, we're taking this opportunity now to gather the feedback, gather the information, and then make that informed decision whether it's actually the right thing to remain in place or not.
Thank you very much, Russell.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last person to speak, I believe, is Ian Chittenden.
Thank you, Chairman. We've got a government in this case that tried to throw something in fast for a good idea when they did it. At the time, we're thinking, whoa, no cars, let's get everybody on bikes, let's help them walking, it's healthier. You can understand where it came from, but that disappeared very quickly. And unfortunately, by then, they sent out the information and said, right, we want this in a very short time. We're going to give you even shorter time to do it. There was no consideration about the timing that it takes to put these things together. There was no opportunity to give the briefings. The councillors had very minimal briefings. In fact, Earl Street, I don't know who saw the Earl Street one in advance of it starting. I didn't, I know that. And there was absolutely no time whatsoever about consulting, which in these days and age is sacrilege, because consulting brings out the real problems, and hopefully most times you can get over them and come up with an improved scheme. I think both the schemes put forward weren't bad. They were good ideas over a long period of time. I know that when the first week of work, I went down there and I walked it and I came up with 6 or 7 ideas of what I thought was bad. Some of them have been mentioned. How we ever said that we'd take 2 disabled bays, I don't know. The way the buses, you got off the buses into a very narrow area. One side of the street, it was fine. The other side, it was sorted out. It wasn't too bad at all. But the opposite side of the road to Boots was absolutely awful. The timber boxing put in for the disabled bay is too high. If you've got a wheelchair, you can't see around it to see the bicycles coming to try and knock you off. And there was about 5 or 6 others we went through with. Clive and I actually went through with Russell, and hopefully those are some of the things he's now taking on board. I think it's a great pity. I think both the schemes had their advantage. I think the even greater pity is on the second phase, the government have stopped certain things that we were trying to put through, which was 220-mile-an-hour scheme. They accepted them for the first phase, but not from the second, which is a pity, because I actually think the 20-mile-an-hour schemes were more advanced and would be actually even more beneficial than these two. I hope we can make them work. They're trying hard to make it work, and I agree with the setting up of the group to have a look at it, but we've got to be honest with ourselves at group. Is it going to be beneficial in the long time? Does it really work? And I hope that's where we come from in a few weeks' time. I don't know who's on the group. Maybe I'll be asked, I don't know. But at the moment, it's a bit of a mess. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chinden. I do apologise. I did miss Councillor Brindle, so I'm very sorry about that. So, Councillor Brindle, if you wish to speak.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of my questions have been answered, you'll be pleased to hear. But I just have two. Whilst I welcome the decision to provide or replace the disabled places spaces in the King Street scheme, are you able to tell me how many? I know that might not be possible at this moment in time. But secondly, do remember that when you replace them, that disabled people like to be near the shops. So please, if we could have them back near the centre, King Street, the Mall, the Boots, that will be great. Thanks very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Brindle. Yep, no, we've discussed the positioning of the reallocation of disabled parking. So we're going to put 2 spaces on street in Church Street, so literally just kind of right next to King Street. And we've also discussed with Mr. Cornell from MBC about getting an additional space within King Street car park, which he's agreed to. So that's 3, and then obviously the one that's we've remarked and repositioned in King Street. So in total, we're actually getting a net gain of 1 disabled parking space within the King Street scheme, and within the Earl Street scheme, we're actually looking at putting some outside the theatre where there's currently double yellow lines. Clearly, blue badge holders can park on those, but we want to formulate it more so they are absolutely aware that they can park there. So we're looking to replace like for like in the Earl Street scheme. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I don't believe there's anyone else to speak. So is that report noted?
Noted.
Noted, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, noted, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And then finally, which is item number 20, it's the Maidstone Highway Works Programme. This is something which is just for information only. Therefore, I move that the report be noted. Is that noted?
Noted.
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 Thank you very much, everybody, for enduring this marathon. I now declare that the meeting is closed.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.